Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Garena Survivors. This is semifinals, one day number 3, the final day, the final chance or the final chances that these teams will have within Group A to battle it up because the top 8 get to move on to the grand finals and the bottom 8, unfortunately, will say goodbye. And not only do they not move on to the finals, they also do not get any slice of that 25,000 US dollar pie. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, the one and only analyst for the BR scene that's just absolutely cracking it out there. We asked for a little bit of extra information, and I feel like Neptune is going to deliver today.
Yeah, I mean, I've prepared a lot of information for you guys as well as for the teams who will be jumping in here. A few things that might change the pattern of the scene because so far it has been, I would say, predictable already, AJ.
Yeah.
A lot of
Yes.
things has been predicted in these matches from day 1 until day 2. So hopefully from how this ends for day number 3, it will be mixed up a little bit as they jump in onto grand finals. And as you mentioned, AJ, only the top 8 will be jumping in the grand finals. So those top 8 data is in there, and my eyes are on you.
And I don't know if or not they're going to be changing anything, man. I mean, the main reason why we've got this concrete data is because they've been just so repetitive in some of their movements. Some teams who have not been repetitive, but that not necessarily is or might be a positive thing because they have just been doing the wrong stuff over and over again, expecting a different result at the end of the day, but just never seems to be the case. Teams like 13 Academy, on the other hand, they have just been ever so consistent. And this is not just in those different perspectives, TPP versus FPP, but also super consistent in isolated as well as blackout. But through all of those consistencies, they still have not managed to grab more than one victory in the competition so far, right? I believe they've only got one to their name so far, but they haven't really gone out as dominant as Four Kings as well as BBVG.
Yeah, I mean, it's an ace in their hand already. If they can be consistent in here all throughout the series and they find their footing in there to be able to bag a win, especially ending up on the final, they end up on the final circle most of the time. And there is a big possibility for them to take that win, a big chance for them to take the 10 points. But I don't think the 10 points is really does matter for this team because they are getting a lot already in the kills department.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, when you look at their combat capability on isolated as well as blackout, for some of the teams, they are skewed towards one side. For example, the dominant Four Kings, who are holding on to that #1 spot at the moment, they are super good at getting those kills at blackout, whereas at isolated, they seem to be a little subdued. But 13 Academy, they are an all-rounded team on both the maps. Slightly better on isolated, most definitely, but on blackout as well. They are ones who do go ahead and strike down a lot of their foes. I believe they are the ones with the second highest kills on blackout in comparison to Four Kings, who clearly beat them by miles. I think Four Kings has got about 90 plus kills on blackout, and 13 Academy are sitting down at 42 now, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, those are the big difference that will be made in here on this games. We focus about the golden ratio of getting the placement as well as the kills, but because of the number of teams that we have right now and the drastic change in the point system on the placement point, the kills will really matter, and that is what 13 Academy is capitalizing on, and hopefully they will be able to continue that on. And like what we said, they haven't had a win just yet, or not that much on the being #1, but if they will be able to do that with the help of the kills that they're doing, then it will be a plus already for them. And it's an easier ride to the grand finals.
Absolutely, man. Another team that kind of soared up, back into our viewpoint is ABC Mystic. And they climbed up, I believe, from the 16th position all the way up now into, I totally forgot exactly where they're sitting down inside. Give me a second. Let me just take a quick check in here. Where are they?
They are on the 9th position right now.
There you go. All the way into that spot. And, it seems to be a situation where they could not find their footing on day #1. But to make that comeback on day 2, hopefully it will continue on in here as well. The tournament format for all of you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for the first 3 days of the competition, you will only see Group A. And that is through the semifinals 1, the first half of 32 teams. And the top 8 will continue to survive to move on to the grand finals. The next 3 days of group stages will be for semifinals too, and that's going to be your group two, group B, my apologies. And that is the second half of the 32 teams that will battle against each other. 3 back-to-back days in the exact same format that you see down below. We will be playing both isolated as well as blackout and both perspectives, TPP as well as FPP, nephew.
Yeah, and I love how this has changed already. We've said that this already from day one, and it is quite surprising how well the teams has adapted it on day two, and a lot more as we jump in on the third day, the final day, because the pressure is out there. But the mix-up of the TPP as well as the FPP perspective is giving up a balance, a fair game for all of the teams, especially for those who are focusing more on the tactics and not just the aggressive approach. Similar to what you mentioned, ABC Mystic, they have been in there tactically moving up on to the leaderboards, thus bringing them on ninth place.
Yeah, absolutely. So sorry, ABC Mystic. I mean, I had all of the data in front of me, but both Neptune and I think, have gotten a little overzealous because we've got so many names, so many numbers in front of us that I totally lost track of where I was looking. But yes, you are correct, sir. Ninth spot, ABC Mystic sits. And, it will still be on their shoulders to carry that MYSG flag on their backs and continue climbing this quite treacherous mountain, which is filled with Filipinos who are trying to get up to the top as well. This competition is dominated by the Philippines. And of course, at the very top, it is dominated by the kings of Group A so far. The 4 Kings, who have been truly dominant at blackout and isolated, they have made a little bit of a comeback on day 2 as well. And all of that effort, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is to stand a chance to take a slice of this pie. Once again, we've got 32 teams at the semifinals. The top 16 will be in the grand finals, and each and every single one of the teams at the grand finals do get a portion of this prize pool worth 25,000 US dollars. That's 100,000 ringgit of a prize pool for playing Call of Duty Mobile, and not just Call of Duty Mobile, Call of Duty Mobile BR. I never thought I would be saying those words, nephew.
Yeah, and you asked like a question yesterday. It's 1.3 million pesos in here for the whole $25,000, especially for those who are getting in there on the first, like number one, the champions. It's like more than half a million already for the teams who will be getting in there, taking the first place. So a lot is in stake in here for this team. Thus, they need to make do with what they have in here being played, as well as how they are studying the rotations, as well as the tactics of other teams by the end of the day, because it doesn't stop when the game has started. Has stopped as well, because they need to focus more on doing their homework. And it's because of all this money in front of you at stake for all these teams jumping in.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I do agree with you. The homework needs to continue on and off the battlefield. You need to continuously look at exactly how the teams are approaching out there, because how do you get up the leaderboards? It is through those points. And if you are not scoring enough of the points, either through placements or kills, you are going to be in trouble overall. Neptune, you did mention the golden ratio that the teams are supposed to be looking out for on the battlefield. And that is about 20 points from each and every single match if you want to continue staying as one of the top contenders of the competition. And most definitely if you want to comfortably secure your spot at the grand finals. But asking for 20 points might be too much. Maybe even 15 points consistently match after match can still get you continuously up the leaderboard and stay safe. And how do you count those points? Very easy. The winner only gets 10 points. And from then on, the second place gets 6 points, 5 points from the third spot, 4 points for the fourth placement. Fifth place gets 3 points, 2 points for those who take the sixth spot. Seventh and eighth spot gets 1 point. And 9th to 16th gets absolutely nothing. But for each and every single kill, they do manage to grab 1 point.
And that's one reason why there's a lot of aggression coming on from the other team, especially for those in the top, because they want to maintain a dominance with the kills that they're getting. But for some who are in there, who are trying to be aggressive, they are losing at that point, thus also being taken out on the placement. Thus, AJ, we keep talking about the golden ratio, because we want to have a balance of taking those kills in a smart way, as well as getting a good placement point. But there we have it, guys. We have the placement point on how everything ever, like from the rankings have been calculated. But as we look into participants right now, these are the teams who have been battling it out for, this is the third day, for 3 days, including today. And these are the teams that we are going to watch. Starting in here from the left-hand side, we have a Metaverse Esports who had made a great comeback on day number 2. And
Oh, yeah.
they are battling in against 13 Academy, who has been consistent all throughout. So hopefully the dip that Metaverse has gotten from the first part of the tournament will not affect it that much, and they continue in on their trajectory. Otherwise, 13 Academy, one of the most consistent team, will be able to overtake and maintain their position.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And currently they sit down in the third spot only because at the very, very final second, Vici managed to overtake the position at that second placement. We also have got 4 kings in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The 4 kings who are currently dominating the competition and very slowly pulling away from the rest of the teams. Currently, they sit down in that number 1 spot, and they want to prove that not only can they put themselves up the leaderboard in ranked games, but also in esports competitions. If anybody else has got anything else to say, whatever that needs to be said out there on the battlefield. The 4 kings are ready to make a statement, as they have been all throughout the competition so far, especially at Blackout, especially when it comes to those gunfights. They have been showing that they are a dominant squad when it comes to those engagements, and nobody has been able to match up to them at the moment. The firepower out of the 4 kings has managed to give them 134 points, but
Wow.
Neptune, they are getting a little careless, because look at the placement points here. This is where they're going to struggle, and at the grand finals, that will be quite a challenge.
Yeah, definitely a challenge indeed, because they will be facing off some of the teams that we haven't seen just yet, but we know the name already. And if they won't be able to catch up on the placement point and keeping it intact, because from day 2 they already lost some of the momentum that they have. So we'll have to see how well will they be doing it on day number 3. Now Vici right now was able to climb up on the leaderboard, and this is the balance that we keep saying. They have a good placement as well as good kill points, and they are that close to that number 1 spot. But right behind them, the most consistent of teams right now with only 1 win, but yet before that win, they were able to remain on the top 5 of our leaderboards, is the 13 Academy. Thus, it's also a good contender for everyone above them. But let's note as well, a Metaverse who is in there, who climbed up from the 7th to the 4th, from day 1 to day 2. And I would say, AJ, that would be to the help of Nerosa.
Absolutely, man. We were all curious as to why Nerosa did not participate in the first day. He changed his name, and there was a 3-day cooldown, hence why he could not participate on day number 1 of play. But my, oh my, were the Amethyst Esports fans so happy to have him back, because with the presence of Nerosa out there on the battlefield, he managed to lead the team up the leaderboards continuously. 119 right now, they sit quite a bit away from the 13 Academy, but they will surely be able to catch up today if they can provide us the consistency that we were able to witness them bring out tomorrow. I mean, a single day of play, 2 victories in the day, that's definitely a good performance for them. But can they continue to outdo themselves? And obviously, the VVV clan as well. We only see 1 team right now rising up to the top. The other 2 have fallen from grace just a little bit. It might just be a day of comeback for VD as well as Veni here.
Yeah, I mean, we want to see those teams to catch up to the rest of the VVV clan, because we've seen how close they are in there. But speaking of close, we are going in here on the isolated map once again for the first battle of today. And platform is still in there, and as close as it gets, NRX69 and VVE Sports are still battling it out. Now, this time, we'll have to find out who will take the win, because so far, NRX69 is not doing it for the past 2 days that we've seen them fight it on the platform.
Yeah, and at this point, I'm already getting sick of this engagement, because mainly both of these teams are struggling in the competition. Both of these teams need to start winning a couple of rounds, need to start surviving out there on the battlefield a little bit longer. And from what our assessment has been so far, Neptune, they keep sharing this drop zone. Every single time the flight path can reach the aerial platform. These two teams are in there battling out against each other, but it's quite 50-50 between them. And for me, 50-50 is enough of a statistic to choose a different drop spot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you go, I would say 3 times wherein you haven't made some progress on the leaderboard because of the drop spot that you're taking, that will be a hint for you to choose a different one. And with the 3 rounds already from around, I say from day number 1, wherein they were able to find out their placement after that platform after platform battle against PvE Sports. So I'm talking to I'm talking to both actually, NRX69 and PvE Sports. If for those 3 instances that they're not making that good progress, they're doing it all wrong, I will say, because that would be insane already. Trying to find a different result, yes, it might change their standing against the team versus team of PvE Sports and NRX69, but how much will it affect their leaderboard standing going into the top 8?
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, you keep taking the 50-50 challenge. I mean, that's the main reason why PvE Sports main as well as NRX Nehemiah 69 are sitting down in the 12th and 13th spot. Both of them continuously making these bad choices, continuously going in to force the exact same engagement. Seem to benefit them in any way whatsoever. And that sort of a decision-making has carried on through the other parts of the matchup as well. But NRX69, they do have a little bit of life in them. Sometimes PvE Sports main does step on up as well. But at the moment, they're just not proving themselves worthy of moving to the grand finals with those decisions, as they'll continuously be pressured. But look at Syntax Error. Now, this is a team that has been impressing me so much. They know the rules of engagement. They detect another team out there on the battlefield, and they assess how capable are they to take this gunfight, to take this battle 4v4, and they choose to back away, find a safer compound, and they're baiting out the players of BVV. And it looks like Team E, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Team Vidi will be falling for that bait. 2 players moving on out. Now they hold on to the open ground. Syntax Error can fire right back, Neptune.
And we'll have to see how well will they be able to utilize this compound as well as the terrain that they have. It's a 4v4 right now with the chopper being held in there by BVB. But this compound will be a trick bait coming from Syntax Error, because every corner is already covered by Syntax Error. It's just a matter of a grenade in how quick they were able to get out of that area. I don't think BVB was able to manage in there. And there goes the takedown in his pool. And Havy right now will try to avert a lot of push coming in from BVB right now. But unfortunate for them, Shiorak in there spraying it with that pash, I would call it. Thinking Syntax Error at this point. Now, if we're keeping scores out of these 2 who have been battling it out in the harbor, it's all tied already. It is a 3-3 win already for this team.
And yet another team that has been taking those common drop spots again and again and again, neither one wanting to back away. But the biggest problem here in that engagement is Syntax Error Gurkhas. They need to understand that they stand to lose more from those 50-50 engagements, right? Because right now, they have bombed out early, bro. There's 0 points on their side, and they are going to continuously be in a little bit of trouble here in the 8th spot. Why? Because right behind that, ABC Mystic, the team that has managed to garner more than 55 points yesterday in 1 day of battle. I'm pretty sure they are going out there to pick up a few more in here today as well. So if Syntax Error Gurkhas does not fix the isolated approach at Harbor, we might just see them drop down a little bit further on the leaderboard, FU.
Yeah, I mean, and those are the drop spot that we have pointed out already and looked into, and there's a lot of uncontested area as we see it, especially in isolated. There is a circus, there is a diner, dormitory. At some point, the area wherein no one has been dropping. They have the bus station, countdown crash, and so on, and that they can utilize. It just takes a little bit of study and review. But as we go in here into battle, it is 13th Academy and the 4 Kings right now fighting it off on this ledge, I think.
Yep, big fight here. Tom Beams repositions himself. Kyun right down below. Needs to be careful! And Tom Beams manages to knock down Tokyo. Kyun has got an opportunity to make a turnaround here. Alatsky backstab takes down Angel Cutie. Puts Glad out of his misery. Tom Beams right down below. Is he going to get taken out of the equation as well? Kyun going in for the engagement. Angel Cutie most definitely out of the equation already. Fright for the chase. Lin still surviving on the side of 13 Academy. But the AK-47, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Frostband proving to be just a little bit too slow to catch Lin, who makes sure to use every single bit of the terrain out there in terms of defense. And now the chase has come through. The Four Kings knows exactly who they're hunting down, and 13 Academy is one of those teams who are just getting a little too close to that #1 spot. And Fright does not want to slow down at all, Neptune. Lin, I think his time is running out.
And we know right how much pressure he puts into someone in there. A great window drop and a backstab in there coming from right. And that is what I call no escape for the 4K.
Hashtag not a ranked game, bro. My, oh my. Fright just popping off. That skill right there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The best use of the ninja skill that we have seen in the competition so far, courtesy of the Four Kings. And it looks like they can do a little bit more than climb up the leaderboards within the game. But now, as 4K continue to reposition themselves, Alatsky just a little bit too far away from the rest of the squad. Pops his smoke bomb. He knows he's in trouble because here comes the team of Mad Gunners Esports to pay them a little bit of a visit. CB1 dropping by as well.
CB1 right now is in here, has spotted Lasky, and who was able to move up on the roof. And this is a good position for him because he will be able to get the information, but he drops off in there. Being taken down with that Odin, and Bryans will take advantage, but the smoke will be released. The rest of the teams of 4K will be rushing in. Now we'll have to see how the CB1 team will be able to get out or get away from this fight, because knowing this team, 4 Kings, especially how they approach this round and this day, it is looking good for them, given that this is isolated, AJ.
See what they will be able to pull up in here now as CB1 manages to knock down Fright. That's a big one coming through as Doisu takes him out of the equation. And the players of 4 Kings now, they have got 2 more players left in the equation here who immediately reposition with that snowboard. Are they going to be able to pick up those dog tags? Because this is a 2v4 now. And Tokyo is the one that stays by for the battle, whereas Kyun backs away from that engagement. But now, right beside him, there is another player. So Kyun needs to be careful out there on the battlefield. Dog tag. This is the watch from the players of CB1. And CB1 main, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hasn't really been doing all that too great in the competition. But if they've got an opportunity to slay the players of 4 Kings, it looks like everybody is gunning for the 4 Kings in here today. And I tell you, man, of all of the statements that the 4 Kings have been making in here so far, if they can survive this onslaught of battles back to back to back, then they prove their worth out there on the battlefield, that no one can touch them just yet, at least not in Group A. As Kyun manages to get away, Tokyo now stuck between NDD as well as CB1. Things just got a little bit tougher for the guy.
It's very tough for Tokyo. I mean, given that he has been using the rewind class in such good manner, I mean, excellent manner, we'll have to see how Tokyo will be able to get away in there. And getting away from Bryans once again. 2K just from the 4Ks, and that is what CB1 has to offer right now. Yes, they're not moving that high on the leaderboard. If they can take out 4K, what more can they do against other teams, like other teams who are not even in the top 5 of this game? But it still is a question of how aggressive they can be, how tactical can go in for the approach as well. And getting away from NDD right now is a smart move from them, because they have lost a lot of resources from them. And NDD is a newcomer, so they have a lot more from their back pocket to be put in onto the play against CB1. But I think the chase is on, AJ, against the 4 Kings, but CB1 will let this go.
And then they quickly disengage there. Mamad manages. Does he get into the car? No, he got knocked down a little bit too aggressively there. And Mamad quickly jumps right back into the vehicle as the players of CB1 will continue their journey in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The engagements with 4K, the disengagement with NDD, and then trying to take advantage as they reposition towards the safer side of the circle. 4K right this time round. The guy just got taken down, quickly scanned, and right back into the play. And 4 Kings are right back in action to play the game of pressure on all of these other teams. But right now, running out of time outside of the zone. Is he going to get knocked down by the zone? The answer is yes. But the rest of the players on the side of 4 Kings are not there for the save just yet. Yes, they have all broken apart due to those back-to-back engagements, Neptune.
Yeah, it's difficulty if you spend a lot of time outside of or well, near the edge of the safe zone, because the moment it moves in, especially with the dog tags as your priority, it will take so much time. Thus, you might lose your life. In the case of the 4 Kings, it has happened before, but they were able to get away from it. But how well will they be doing it right now, especially with no chopper in play? Now, going in for the ABC Mystic, we've seen how well they studied and positioned themselves every time for each round, starting off from Black Market and going in for the rotation. This time, they're going against the broken CB1, because I would say broken because they've been in there for a lot of fights already.
In action right behind as the players of Amethyst get into a battle with Most Wanted, and it doesn't look like Most Wanted is getting anything out of that engagement as the players of Amethyst drop players one after the other. On the other side, on our screen, we can see the players of Alibaba Clan, Mystic, and engagement here. FHJ White almost gets taken down. Ainra with the pressure, as we have talked about it in the past, Neptune. VVV against VVV is nothing uncommon, as there are 3 of the teams in this particular lobby, and they just do not show anybody mercy out there, man. I mean, brothers or not, each and every single team out for the win for their own.
And this is why I love, in this competition, why I love the VVVs right now. Because regardless of how many teams that they have, they were able to put in 3 in there on the top 16 or top 32 of this tournament, as well as also staying in there in the top half of our leaderboard. So it's most of the image of the brand that they are putting in here, having all those 3 performing well in this battlefield. But another thing that has been performing well is AMV, how well they were able to get back on top. And this time Timothy is back in play with Nerosa, and how well will they be put in the mix with this OG team of Metaverse Esports.
And Amethyst Esports managing to back Gazer as well. And this is where TPP truly helps these players show their true aggressive self, man. But when FPP comes along, everybody's subdued. Everybody's tactical in these matches. And I love that. I love the curveball thrown by Garena, because it's really making those players out there take a more tactical, approach to these matches, which gives us a little bit more time to analyze some of their tactics out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, if there wasn't for that, it might have been aggression all like back to back to back. And it's a good thing that the FPP has been put in play as well, because the teams will be able to feel how difficult it is, just in case there will be a major tournament just for FPP. If you want to join in, especially if you have a names just like this, and just the big names just like this of the VVV, a Metaverse, and the 4 Kings, how well will you be able to put it into play and keep your brand afloat? But this time, speaking of afloat, we have 2 members in here from both teams trying to keep afloat as they battle on this very, very tall tower.
Yes, Siora now has got the bird's eye view, but will choose to not get involved in this gunfight as Armament takes on the players of Existence, and it looks like Existence are winning out that gunfight as a whole, as Arma gets teased a little bit as well. One final player, Boye. If anything, he is going to be the guy who can get this solo run done. Earlier, yesterday, this was the guy on the side of Armament who was popping up. 9 kills, I believe, in one of those rounds. He just ate everybody up. But this is not much that you can pull from these rounds if there's no backup from the rest of your teammates. But Boye now, Casey Bone right behind, Anorak 6'9". Oh, and Casey Bone manages to jump up onto the boulder, but to no avail as Boye shuts him down and finds a vehicle for himself.
I mean, it's plus already for boy right there. But the use of the rewind class in there, staying into one spot will be the downfall of KZ Bone. But another downfall that we are seeing is Tokyo right here, as they are being pushed by another team of BVV Sports. And this is Vici right now going against the Four Kings, and Tokyo will be taken down. Alatsky is in there being sided, and the rest of the teams are already out on the other side of this compound. And all they have to do right now is get away, probably get back to Tokyo later on, because seeing how they're performing in this map, it's very difficult to tell if they'll be able to pop off really. But there goes Alatsky, not that aggressive, a little bit more tactical, and that is proven to be working for the Four Kings.
And let's see what they can pull off in here as Alatsky repositions. Here comes the players of the one and only VVVVG as they go in for the engagement. Alatsky quickly backs away as he knows he needs to recover some of that armor of his. But Kyun, on the other hand, will wait for the players of VVV to hop on out of their barracks. And now, out in the open, Kyun has an opportunity but chooses to disengage as the rest of his team members are just a little bit too far. Ainra had the bird's eye view. He saw everything that was happening and he backs away. And now, going in for the push. Needs to be careful though, because Armament's right in front of them waiting to eat these players up as well, and Existence might just get involved in this next battle. But Four Kings moving on straight to the fray.
And we have the airdrop in there, just pulling everyone in this area, as well as the gunshots that we've heard. So a lot of teams are ready out trying to catch up. And there goes Prime with the SMRS gameplay against Fry. And who else will be hit with the smoke will be able to cover them down. Ainra, on the other hand, is just keeping it low because of the trouble that might be ensuing them at this point. Watch right now, when it's sniped and still no failing. 3 kills for him at this point.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And now Amethyst Esports in this crazy battle as well. 22 players out there on the battlefield from 8 different teams. Dre now right behind the container will be able to survive the engagement from the side of Watt. Jewel right onto the left-hand side. Narosa finds Gazer, and it looks like Amethyst Esports are eating this up as a buffet now, as CB1 joins the fray as well.
And I love how Prime is utilizing the SMRs in here in this game, because they have the higher ground, they have a view of everyone in there, and they can focus on and they can target anyone in there, especially as they are grouped together. But I think they have been spotted and they need to move out of the way, and another team who will be facing them is a Team F right now. But we'll have to see how well will these work out for a Metaverse right now, AJ.
Yeah, CB1 is still driving around and nobody's taken the vehicle out of the equation just yet, which is truly a surprise. Mamad hops on out, and the players of ABC need to finally move on in, and Team Mystic, they are the ones who are holding the furthest distance from the other players, and all of the chaos ensuing inside. Telok hasn't dropped his smoke bomb just yet. One vehicle nearby. Boye drops Watts finally, and maybe that will slow down the progress of Amethyst Esports. But Narosa, as he moves on through, needs to see if or not he can back up the rest of his team members. CB1 on towards the right-hand side. The safe zone now pressuring all of the players, and they will lose their lives one after the other because the safe zone is just a little ruthless right now.
And the safe zone is ruthless, plus a trap that had to nip Nerosa right there. It might be the death of him, but I think he'll be able to get away in the backup of Metaverse is in there. ABC Mystic doing it a little bit of distance for this team, and as we see as Cello in there giving out some information for the team. Here comes the rush, and there goes the takedown against the round. And ABC Mystic still on the roll right now. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm seeing one in there still in the tower, and that is a Shora, because I'm not mistaken. That is from BBB Sports Biddy, and he might be the only one remaining for this team. Thus, the 3 team remaining have a chance for the second place.
ABC Mystic still alive and kicking. Now they've got the vantage point, highest viewpoint in this particular scenario. But Sakre, the reposition is godly from the guy, as Rogue now manages to find the knock on Dre, but not before Dre managed to get to look down onto the ground. But Dre is the one who will be in more trouble. And as Ainra goes to save him, Rogue takes advantage, shutting Ainra down and out of the equation. But Siora still alive and kicking from up top, will choose to take his own life outside of the safe zone, and give the victory over to the players of Alibaba Clan Mystic. But no, Siora still alive and kicking, finally jumps on into the fray, but a little bit too late as the SMR is popped from Prime. It says Prime indeed. 15, team number 15, Alibaba Clan Mystic, MYSG represent, and they managed to get it done once again, Neptune.
I love the progression that is being done by ABC Mystic right here. Representative of MYSG, who has been put in the mix of all crazy Filipinos out there, outliving, outsmarting everyone else, surviving that chaos, and they are on a roll to move up, AJ.
I just have one request of Alibaba Clan Mystic. Please be the flag bearers of MYSG and get something done out there. And it's not because I want to see an MYSG team win, but I want to see a team motivate the rest of the COD community in MYSG and show them that it is possible, that you can still take the fight. Because I have to say this, right? I think the MYSG scene is thoroughly discouraged because of the heavy presence of the Philippines in the game, not because they don't want to play in the same lobby, because every time they jump into the lobby, they seem to find it a little bit difficult to grab those wins. But it doesn't mean that it's impossible. It just means that, you know, the players from the side of the Philippines have been grinding on the game a little bit extra. They've been hyper-focusing, especially all of these teams, right? The consistency from the team members of Four Kings, the consistency that comes through from the VV clan as a whole, Narosa with his appearance once again is putting on so much of pressure on all of these other teams. All of these players show that as long as you invest the right amount of time and work on the right things, you can dominate out there. And that is what I want from the Alibaba Clan Mystic, to inspire the rest of MYSG, to show them that the fight is not just alive, but still possible. And not only survival, but look at the number of kills that ABC Mystic has been able to pick up in this lobby. An insane number. 11 kills between Ju as well as Rogue. And that's going to be 16 to 18 kills all in total, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Supreme performance from the MYSG representative.
Yeah, and you mentioned about how well, or things that were in the MYSG's representative will be able to outdo the teams of the Filipinos. It's the smarts that they have put into how they change their tactics, how they go in for the approach slowly but surely. That is one thing that I'm not saying that we haven't seen from the Filipinos, but most of the teams out there, because they have been so dominant of the craziness that they can put into the Battle Royale scene, has been holding on that for so long. And the only thing to approach something so fast and so fast is to put it on, like put a block in front of it, something that is strong and fortified, and how much more to fortify it with research as well as understanding how the other teams work. And that is what ABC Mystic has shown us so far.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And if they can reinvigorate the spirits of MYSG to show that the fight is still alive, that this particular server is not just made of one nation, then they will most definitely go really, really far in their esports career, man. Because it's not just about winning competitions. It's not just about going out there and showing you're the best, but it is all about building the community around you. And I mean, we were talking about this earlier on as well, Neptune. Without the community, where would you or I be? Without the community, where would the Four Kings be? Where would teams like NRX 420 be, right? Because it is the COD community that builds them at the end of the day. And I feel like that's exactly what the duty of ABC Mystic is right now, to inspire others to achieve some of what they can. But of course, to start doing that, they need to achieve it in the first place. They did terribly on day one. We called them out. The comeback was made on day number 2, and they start day number 3 off strong. I am thoroughly impressed by this squad, man.
Yeah, I mean, even hearing this, I would know that they have focus. They know the objective of what they need to do first. And they, as what you mentioned, AJ, they need to prove it here on this platform, on this battlefield, that they can do what they can to be able to uplift the MYSG community. And once that's done, most of what you mentioned about inspiring the other teams from the MYSG scene will be they will be uplifted. They will be inspired
Yeah.
to jump into battles just like this, not just with aggressiveness, but also with how ABC Mystic has done it. And there's a
Oh,
lot
yeah.
of ways how to approach Battle Royale.
Mhm.
It's because of the dynamics of the game that it's not just about aggression.
Yeah, absolutely, man. But of course, the aggression definitely helps.
Mhm.
For Kings, they are capital A for aggression out there on the battlefield. We saw the plays from Fright earlier on as well. Very frightening to go up against a guy like that, no pun intended. Alatsky, just doing a lot of damage out there on the battlefield as he always does. The whole team of Four Kings embroiled in a little bit of controversy, but I feel like they didn't deserve the controversy in the first place. I feel like certain statements were made, and those statements shouldn't have been made. And but it's good. It's good because a certain level of competition, a certain level of trash talking is very much needed in the competitive scene to motivate teams. And I feel like the Four Kings, they have been a team that is in their top flight. They have most definitely been a team that has gone out there and dominated. And they just needed the extra bit of motivation from some celebrities, from some personalities, as well as their encouraging words to go out there and once again, in a dominant way, prove their presence. And they've been doing well so far, Neptune. They've been doing extremely well in this group.
Yeah, and this one thing about these teams who are really showing up, that it doesn't have to be a response that is
Mm.
violent. It can be settled
Yeah.
in a game, and thus
Yeah.
that is what we're doing. The
And that's
game
what I
speaks
love.
for
Yeah.
itself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, why bother going out there and wasting time responding to certain statements when you can prove it out there on the battlefield, right? But of course, it will not be the Four Kings proving themselves this time around. It is the players from MYSG instead. Alibaba Clan Mystic. What a play. What a performance. The question is, can they continue? And of course, the question that follows is, how many can they inspire?
Yeah, I mean, how many can they inspire? How many can they motivate? And not just from the MYSG scene, as well in the Filipino scene, because it's more of the community that has eyes on these teams. And
Yeah.
our job, AJ, is just to tell their story right here. And so far, a lot of story has already set in play. Apart from
Yeah.
the Kings in there, the Four Kings in there, as well as those catching up for the teams of ABC Mystic. But
Yeah.
a lot more will be unfolding, AG, as we jump in onto yet another map that we're in. The Four Kings are still proving themselves as the Kings who will
Yeah.
take him down. But in there, before we go there, we have the rare wish crate just below AJ right now for you to be redeemed.
Absolutely. These are limited, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, so make sure you grab them as soon as you can and do so during the break. And another thing that you can also do for us during the break is make sure you hit that like and share the stream out as well. If you're watching from YouTube, if you haven't subscribed to our page just yet, please do subscribe to the Garena Call of Duty mobile page so that you can get your timely updates. In case if you miss any one of the esports schedules, you will still receive the notification whenever we go live, not just with esports content, but with any other Call of Duty mobile content out there as well. Thank you so much for your support. We will take a quick short break. And when we come back for round number 2, I'm very sure this action will continue to blow your mind.
Welcome back to the Garena Survivors semifinals, day number 3, brought to you by Call of Duty Mobile. Road to top 8 is in play for the pressure, but the pressure comes where the hidden tactics will be put out of the bag. And we are at your service. I am Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the amazing Mustachio AJ, bringing the action to your screens. And AJ, I love what I'm seeing right now for the teams, especially for those who are moving up on leaderboards. And I would say the name of ABC Mystic.
Hey, we did mention that Syntax Era Gurkhas needs to smarten up because ABC Mystic is just a little too close to them. And if they continue to make those early engagements and bomb out a little bit too early, they will pay the high price. And just through that one match alone, we have seen that happen. And not only did ABC Mystic do a little bit better than them, but ABC Mystic also managed to win that whole lobby, right? And the consistency out of this team now is not just impressive, but absolutely shocking. ABC Mystic has now equaled some of the top flight teams in here with the second win of the competition, with the second win within this group, which is nothing short of impressive. It is the max that teams like Four Kings, teams like Vici have been able to grab for themselves, Neptune. But of course, consistency is key. We need them to still go out there and continue pushing in here. There's a lot of work that needs to be done in the MYSD scene because, the numbers are already reduced and everybody out there just wants to support their own brand, just wants to support their own team. But I want to see ABC Mystic be that one team that brings all of them together and for them to all just support, because technically it's the only MYSC team that we have in here. So they are already winning from that aspect. Like I said yesterday, right? Being the only MYSC team in the competition puts the spotlight on them. So if they do bad, too sad, everybody's going to see it. But if they do good, everybody's going to see it. And when everybody sees it, man, I believe it's just going to fuel them to do better and better every day, Neptune.
Yeah, indeed. And we'll have to see how well that game of round number 1 will be able to move them up onto the leaderboards. And there we have it. We have the leaderboards right now. And let's see how well they played number 7 right now in here for Alibaba Clan Mystic, catapulting them from number 9. That is a huge leap for them, and as well as the lead that they made against Existence Valhalla.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And from the number 1 all the way until the 6th spot, it remains the exact same, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. No movement there at all. Obviously, just some addition of points. But it was ABC Mystic, the one that traveled up quite a little bit. And of course, with them traveling up, they have managed to successfully push the players of Syntax Era Gurkhas down into the 9th spot. And that is absolutely fantastic from them. Existence Valhalla's not going to be too happy with that situation as well, because with ABC Mystic moving above them, they get pushed down as well. But at the end of the day, it is exactly what teams should be aiming for out there on the battlefield. That is to be more like ABC Mystic. Have a plan and rework that plan lobby after lobby, right? Because you need to keep up with the strategy of the other teams. And that's the problem here. Because ABC Mystic, the Singaporeans, the Malaysians, as usual, bring in the IQ plays. But from what we can see, some of the other teams from the Philippines here who bomb out early want to show that beyond IQ, what's important is your engagement on the battlefield, your ability to shoot people. But I guess the ability to shoot people can only bring you all that far, right? Because when you don't research the drop spots, when you don't figure out exactly what's the safest route, the safest manner to get into the final zone, to secure those skills for yourself, you're never going to be able to improve. And I'm looking at NRX69 as well as PV Esports Main. Two of these teams have been unfortunately engaged in a battle that neither one seems to win on that aerial platform. But thank goodness we are moving on to Blackout after this, because we're not going to have to deal with the situation more.
Yeah, I mean, they will be changing their ways and looking at data. There's only a few contention that has been done. But you mentioned about changing the tactics as they approach it round after round. And I love how AB Mystic has moved out of their usual drop point, which is the construction site where they are, I mean, drastically failing. Yeah. We have 13 Academy who has been in there, who has been securing their area, and the movement, the homework that has been done by this team of Alibaba Clan Mystic has changed their approach into the scene. And later on, I'd like to see if they'll be able to fortify what we thought of has been the tactical and the best approach to go on the Blackout map.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. CB1 main in the 10th spot, followed by Armin and Rodzina. Obviously, these teams really need to work hard for what they want to have in here. And 67 points to 83 from the 9th to the 8th spot is not a lot, but at the same time, quite a bit if you are struggling to find yourself in the top 5 with a decent number of kills. And as you can see here, not a lot of dominant teams out there when it comes to the gunfights, when it comes to the battles. From the 6th all the way down to around the 10th placement, you can see them being able to match up to each other. But from the 4th spot all the way up to that number 1 rank, they set a class of their own, especially the Four Kings, man. 143 kills. And the closest one to them, which is 13 Academy, is sitting down 41 kills lesser than them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of kills coming from these two teams, and a totally contrasting
Yeah.
team, I would
Yeah.
say, because yeah, they have a less, I mean, pretty much the same placement point, as well as big on the kill points, but the way they approach things are different. Third Academy is a little bit cautious as well as tactical, and this is something that might break what we say about AJ about going in and
Mm.
doing the homework, because the Four
Yeah.
Kings right now, they have been focusing on kills, not much on the placement, but they are still on top. But the thing
Mm.
that we are hoping, well, the thing that we might see in the future is a team who is doing well on the kills department,
Yeah.
and also will be able to adjust to the tactics, thus overtaking the Kings right there.
I think you're talking about Vagabonds Esports, and I absolutely agree with you. That is a team that does well both on placement as well as skills. One of the most aggressive teams out there on Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale so far, and they are the kings of Call of Duty Mobile BR right now. The one and only Vagabonds Esports who run the house of Garena. But here's the problem. Four Kings who are trying to match up against them have not been able to fix the placement points issue. They are continuously aggressive. They're continuously going in for the 1-3 split at Blackout, which is, if you ask me, a very risky move, because the one that usually moves away from the squad, Alatsky, although he is a slayer out there on the battlefield, when he falls, everybody needs to scramble to pick up his dog tag. And scrambling to pick up the dog tags can most probably result in a disaster if the ones guarding that dog tag happen to be a team that can bag the Four Kings. And it's not a situation that the Four Kings have not been able to manage so far. Clearly, they've managed to dominate Blackout on day 1. But on day 2 is where we saw the other teams catch up a little bit with their strategy out there on the battlefield. And I think their time is running out. The Four Kings need a new plan here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, the approach that they have used in day 1 has already expired. It has been read already on day number 2. Thus, they didn't get that much kills on that part. We were pointing out on day number 1, they are averaging almost 20 kills per day. And on day number 2, they lost a lot of that engagement they went into. And the highest that they got for one round on Blackout was 10 kills. So it's a huge dip coming from them, and knowing that these are what we dub as the Blackout Kings. But
Yeah.
I think they're blacking out right now, AJ.
Better not, man. They better not, because I think a lot of trash talking has happened, and the Four Kings are in here to not just win, but to also prove their worth out there on the battlefield. So that's the last thing that they can afford. The Four Kings cannot afford to falter. The Four Kings cannot afford to take a single misstep in their approach to dominate this Group A. And of course, when we move on to the grand finals, first of all, we want to see a certain team make it to the grand finals as well. And that is the team that the Four Kings are embroiled in a certain war of words with right now, because that is the place where we will see who is the better side, who is the better brand. For the time being, Four Kings seem to be proving themselves. But, you know, their opponents, their current nemesis, might have a little bit of a tough day proving themselves tomorrow, man. Because unfortunately for them, Vagabonds Esports, the king of kings currently of BR, are sitting down in there. And I am excited to see exactly what day 4 has got in store for us. But of course, focusing back in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, day 3, the final day of semifinals, 1 for Group A, as the flight path now cuts through Estate all the way down to Cargo Docks as well as Lighthouse. These teams hop on out. Let's see exactly who focuses in on the early engagements. And this time, Alatsky is not going to have to travel very far away from the rest of the team members as he finds a chopper right in front of them early in the drop. So very early on, we can say that the dominant side of 4Kings might just run amok in this blackout map.
Yeah, I mean, and the tactics that they have been playing, the 1-3 split, wherein Alaska gets a chopper, is working for them. And that works if they can get a chopper. There's several instances, AJ, wherein they miss that opportunity. They know that, I mean, some of the teams are already familiar on how 4Ks are doing it, and they're stealing the chopper right in front of them. Even if before they get the loot, they start with chopper, put them right beside them so that no one will be able to get it. And that is in the name of Alaska of 4K. But another thing that we've seen is ABC Mystic adopting the tactics of the 1-3 split. So far, they have been doing it so well, thus increasing their chance to be able to get as much points as well as cover a lot of ground in the blackout map. But we'll have to see if that is still the case right here, because we mentioned that teams need to make those, I mean, make the mistakes to correct the mistakes and make it work. Otherwise, if it's not working, then they can have a different plan in play. But as we look right now, we have CB1 once again going against Armament. And this is a battle that has been going for a very, very long time. CB1 made as well as Armament Rosina has been taking both of this hangar of the turbine. And at some point, it has similar to what we've seen on the platform. It has been, I would say, a little bit slow already, because most of the time they were just peel off and not engage both teams.
And as BVV tries to back away, they find the players of NBD a little too tempting to walk away from, as Geyser manages to get those hit mark onto Supremo as well as Kira. But they very quickly back away, and the engagement will continue. Siora now spots out two players, Flipix as well as Nico. But neither player wanted to come in here for the push. And Siora takes advantage as Nico Golf just stands out in the open, looking around him, sightseeing on this map. I don't know what happened there, Neptune, but that was the wrong move.
Yeah, that is a wrong move. And we've seen how many times NBD battling out the BVV right. Oh, and there goes the takedown. Flipix and Kira right now being taken down, and their mistake of stepping back into the factory area is on them. I mean, they have a good thing already happening on the lighthouse when they switch on their drop points, but going against BVB, they are in it for a fight. And here comes Soprano being pushed, and there goes another team being taken down early into the game. NDD made a mistake of jumping into factory where BVB is already in there, thus taking them down.
It is going to be VVV now as BV drops by. Geyser Jewel immediately backing away from this equation as BB Esports drops by to say hello. And the players, Jewel already down on the ground. Grim quickly eats him up. Only one more for the save here as Siora is the closest one to the rest of them. And there's nothing that they can do unless they can go in here for a quick ambush, find the players of BB Esports, and then take them out of the equation as the players from the side of Team VD now very slowly assess this situation. They do have another team just beyond the horizon, Team Vici. But no engagements coming through from that team just yet. I will not be surprised if Vici drops by here to see if they can third-party the situation from all of the gunshots that they're hearing.
Yeah, I mean, that is one thing about this map, because it's all spread out. It's very, very limited to hear those gunshots, and that is what they are taking advantage of. Hearing gunshots, just pull them in, and the chance for them to get those kills. But knowing this other team of BBB, they will keep their distance and use their sniper to their advantage. But this time, BBB Esports in the name of White will be pulling away, leaving Siora behind, and we'll have to see how will the drop from the revive flight, because one will already be left behind. Will it be with that one member for the support, or for those who have gotten away?
It is going to be the players of PV Esports now as they very slowly back away from the situation. Like we talked about earlier, Neptune, The players from the side of Vici might just drop by to check out this situation. Vici now hearing those gunshots. Ah, man, I was just expecting that to turn around. They will back away, and there's no third party coming through from Vici just yet. But only 2 of those players now right in front. Oh no, the third icon was blocked out. So 4 players all together. They want to go in here for the vehicle and then quickly reposition themselves. I've got no information on the next circle just yet. It doesn't seem like Vici is in too much of a rush out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of understanding where they can position themselves as the next safe zone will be put in play. But on the left-hand side, guys, we are getting a glimpse of the top 10 from round number 1. Again, this is coming from the previous round that we've seen. Does ABC Mystic really has popped off with that 18 kills plus a 10 placement point that they have. It's way above already on to number 1 with 28 points, but not far behind is a Metaverse Esports. So they're still on their way to move up from the spot that they have been placed in there after day number 2. Going back to BBB, they're still on their way all around this map, crossing borders really, but with that FHJ locking onto them, they have to let go.
Yeah, 28 points from ABC Mystic, as you can see on the left-hand side, right behind that, Amethyst Esports. 2 of these teams, man, both Amethyst as well as ABC Mystic, they are on a roll of comeback after day number 1 of miserable performance. Both of these teams just absolutely bombed out on day number 1. But day 2 was the day where they proved themselves, and day number 3 is the day where they maintain their consistency. Just exactly what we asked from the 2 teams, and they go ahead and deliver out there on the battlefield. Another team that is delivering as well will be the 2 sides of EVV, Vici as well as Vili, managing to grab the 3rd and 4th spot earlier on. And the 4 Kings were suppressed down to the 5th place here, Neptune. And this is something that is not too surprising for anyone that sees the 4 Kings picking up 10 points, because Isolated is just not their map.
Yeah, I mean, and they've struggled so far from the early parts of day number 1, wherein they couldn't decide where to drop. Compared to or how they are approaching the blackout. But the 4Ks right now is going again. Contender of the top spot, 13 Academy is being gunned down. Alaski is on the rush, and Tokyo taking a flat. And here comes NJ Cutie, one of the fraggers of 13 Academy being gunned down, was able to get away. But how will Pride go in for the fight against Lint? There goes the Ninja, and we'll have to go in for the chase. But Lint will be able to get away as well. The 1v2 will work for them because Pride not yet frightened. And there goes the follow-up by Tokyo as well. And 13 Academy will be taken down, and still the 4 Kings of Blackout is here.
GG, bro. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, quick shout out to the one and only Siska Gaming who's in the house. Make sure you guys drop the girl a follow. Absolutely blazing it up in the Philippines for the BR community. Siska, you continue doing a great job out there. And make sure you tag me when you post that screenshot of your crush later on. And PV Esports gonna be the next ones who are sacrificing the hands of the 4 Kings as they continue going into the fight. Right with the frightening takedown. Alaski gets doomed out of the equation as well. And Asta says hasta la vista as he gets out of there.
Get away from Asta right there. And it's a smart move. I mean, knowing that it's 4 Kings going against you on a blackout, you have to say bye right there. 4 Kings right now, 6 kills for their team. And we have Fright, a very, very frightening and aggressive member of this team. I mean, he knows how to hunt. He knows how to go for that approach. And I think that the name is so ironic because it's mostly represent who you are. But for Fright right here, it is representing what he has to offer the other teams.
It's gonna be the players of ABC Mystic now, as 4 still alive and kicking. They look around, taking those shots off with the SVD will be the one and only Zhu. But open ground gameplay, just not a huge fan of that. And ABC Mystic, they need to find a way to reposition themselves as quickly as possible. Taking the shots up against that truck is not really going to give them much. Both of the teams, they blow that truck up to smithereens as Alibaba Clan Mystic now go on to reposition themselves. Very risky engagement in that open field as ABC Mystic now find a better ground for themselves. They are not going to be disturbed by any other teams out there. That's why I love Blackout as well, Neptune. A lot of space, a lot of time for them to reposition, just gather their thoughts, and then move back in with the aggressive plays. But of course, that does not apply to Fall Kings. They're just aggressive all the way.
And one thing about this, and when I was looking at data and also the drop points, there's only 17, if I'm not mistaken, 17 points that they can drop compared to how much compound is it on isolation. And the bigger the map, usually it's the bigger the drop points, but that is not the case for Blackout right now. But going in on Blackout map, it makes it more difficult for a team to find a good spot, but there are still a few more that they can choose from, because so far there's only three maps or areas that are being contested by multiple teams.
It is going to be the players of Armament now, very quickly with the engagement as they take their cheeky shots at the players of Mad Gunners Esports. But what they don't know is Most Wanted is in the same vicinity as well. Mashu on the road, and if anybody can get it done, it is going to be the one and only Mashu. Armament hopping right into the play, and right behind them there is another team very quickly on the approach now. It is going to be the one and only team Vidi from VVV, and just as Armament thought they had caught a team in a small little corner here, Team VG comes through with the exact same thought in mind.
And here we go, the Battle of Armament and Mad Gunners right now. Hayda has been taken down. The Armament is still intact. They will need to go. Oh, Sexy in there will be dived, and Crex putting them down. Now we are left with 13 teams, and the Lighthouse is being taken by Armament Rodzina. Now, how well will they be able to make that play? It is outside of the rest of the area, the greater area of this map of Blackout. Compared to the position of 4K, we have a good rotation that can be done in here, as well as a good view of the other teams who will be moving up, as I think they are seeing another team of PVV right here, and this is Benny in front of them. Now the push will be done, AJ.
Let's see what they will do here as VVV Benny backs away. One player down on the ground already. It's going to be the Four Kings who drop by as well. And this was something VVV just did not expect as they went in there. And as VVV backs away from this engagement, trying to pick their own team members up, Fright will make that frightening approach. It is going to be VV who drops him, but Kyun with the immediate shutdown as he backs Fright up real quick. And Jeswo right in front of them, crawling around. He is not going to be the final player, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Paul is still alive and kicking. He can make a play in here. Goes in for the defense instead. Jeswo's not going to be picked up. They know exactly who's in front of them, the Four Kings. And the one craziest thing that you can do is take a 1v3 fight against them.
I mean, a 1v3, a 1v1 would be frightening for the case of Fright and Elasky.
Yeah.
But a 1v3, oh my god, Paul really needs to get away from this battle. Now we'll have to see who will be moving in with the gunshots that has been ensuing. I think it is CB1 main who is just driving by. But how annoying will that be? We've seen CB1 use that vehicle on the final circle. And if that is the case right now, that will still be a very, very difficult to approach, because it's so hard to focus on other teams when a vehicle is driving by with how loud the engines are running.
And of course, all of the players from Armament now, as they hold a very clear line, they have spotted out Blank. And Blank might just get caught out here because Ainra and Sekre are just a little bit too far away for cover. Blank, he repositions. He spots the players of Armament as well. He hears those footsteps and he doesn't want to take a risky engagement. Boye cutting down all of the distance, but Blank is just leading them into a trap. Groucher as well as Boye. It's a 2v1. Blank gets caught out, continuously repositioned behind of that container, and the trap is sprung. Here comes Blank. Blank for the shot. Groucher gets backstabbed, and although the trap was perfect, the players of Armament, they do get two players knocked down, but the backup from Ken should be enough to pick them right back up. Perfect setup by VVV, but execution's just a little iffy, Neptune.
Yeah, but Zekre is the one left right now, and it's easy for Zekre to be able to go in for that kill. Thus, BBB still have something in play. Zekre will be able to go in for the pickup as well as the scan of the dog tags, and in 12 seconds, they will be able to bring back the rest of the teams. But it will be a good signal as well for other teams surrounding them. Apart from the gunshots that they heard, the parachute coming in from the revive flight will bring teams onto them, knowing that they have limited resources with one man coming back from that.
Gonna be the players of BBV now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The one and only team, Vidi. Ooh, gets knocked down. Ciora from the back. Four Kings will go ahead to strike again, and they will continue popping up against all of these players, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The Kings of Blackout are just here to dominate as usual. This is TPP on Blackout, and nobody else matches up to the Four Kings in terms of dominance. 15 kills in here so far, and they're not slowing down. They do not slow down even a single second in terms of their pace, as they want to go out there for the all-out aggressive takedown. They did perform all right on Isolated, and I say all right based on their consistency at Blackout and not at Isolated. On day number 1, they barely showed us any points at all on Isolated, so 10, I guess, is quite all right from them as a performance. But this is where they make up for all of those misplays on Isolated, man. Blackout takedown, and now Most Wanted is wanted by the Four Kings. Gyro just sitting down inside of his truck. He's not going to be moving. He's going to pretend like he's dead already, so that the other players just move by him.
And it's smart move from
Gyro is still alive, but cute, Gyro! Gyro!
For the rush right now, and Gyro will be moving back into the
Gyro now. Oh, this is God plays coming through from Most Wanted Gyro. Tokyo can't do much, and now Gyro jumps on up. Tokyo can he get taken down? Most Wanted Gyro! He gets shut down, but that is God level play from Most Wanted Gyro. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Four Kings, they still managed to take the guy out of the vehicle, man. That's a GG right there, dude.
I would remember. I mean, I would remember that approaching the scene, approaching Battle Royale. I can use that most of the time, especially not being seen in the vehicle. Oh my God! Props to you. That is level 3000 on IQ level.
I tell you, that was God level gameplay from the guy. I mean, when he initially hid from the rest of the players of Four King, I thought all of them were just going to go past him. But Kyun was, just a little smarter. He spots him out, but he gets taken down by Gyro. Luckily, there was another player on the side of Four Kings there. If it was only Kyun, that's a GGWP already. I think Gyro is immediately my MVP for this round, man.
Coming back from this fight. Here comes Sprite going in for the push against a Blank, and we'll still have 22 kills already. The Kings of Blackout are still here and still moving on. Zekre and Indra has been taken out, and there's no stopping them. They're now on their way to go against or clear a metaverse right now, but CB1 has distracted them and got their attention. Now, how will they be able to push a metaverse right here, knowing that there are several already behind him as well as in front of him?
And the players of Four Kings still continuing to dominate out there. The next one, CB1 right in front of them. And CB1 might not get into that engagement with the players of Four Kings, as they do have the vehicles on Brian. And Brian's, just like yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, will be looking to knock down each and every single player that he finds out there. But now, right outside of the zone, will the players of Syntax Era punish him? No, Hades does not get knocked down. He survives that. Alaski, the shutdown onto Boss Cutie. CB1, they continue to struggle.
Yeah, I mean, they're struggling right now. They were stuck in there.
GG, bro!
There's no hiding, AJ. There's no hiding against Alaski, I would say.
Oh, there's absolutely no hiding at all in front of the Four Kings, man. They know Blackout in and out. The number of times that's gone out here and dominated. But right now, frighteningly dropped out by the players of Amethyst. Timothy, on the other hand, gets taken out. Alatsky just walks around, shutting down player after player. Alatsky, the monster, on the side of 4 Kings. And now, 8 more players left on the battlefield and 4 teams out there. Tokyo, this is the duo from the 4 Kings. Bryans finally gets taken down by the zone. The guy took himself out of the equation, driving a little too carelessly around, but Syntax Error still alive and kicking. Hades for that backup here, as Watts on the side of Amethyst Esports is going to allow the 4 Kings to take the battle against Syntax Error first before he gets involved. But will the safe zone allow him the time to do that? Because all 3 of these teams look like they are playing the game of wait and see. When that circle starts closing, that final point in the middle, that's exactly where things will go ahead to break down, and the smoke bombers will start to pop off, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how well the 4v2 against Syntax Error as well as 4K will be happening. But what's in there, I think he has a good play to be able to glide down into the middle, and that is what he's doing right now. He's going in there in the middle and getting that smoke to distract everyone. But how well will they be able to play this? We have to see. Alaska right now for the rush, but will not be taking down anyone just yet.
Oh, and Watts gets taken out of the equation. And now it's a duo versus squad. Berto go down on the ground. Tokyo gets eliminated. Alaski out of the equation as well. And Syntax Error makes no error as they grab the victory for themselves.
Go, Joshua, go, Joshua. There you go. We have Syntax Error in there, yet getting a lot of kills as well. And this is Syntax Error, who has been, well, they might not have been in there showing up really on the leaderboard, but on the kills, they are in there getting a lot of points. And this is one point wherein they will be able to move up in the leaderboard to be able to catch up to those who are pushing them down. And Syntax Error, a smart move from them, surviving all 4s, knowing that the battle all around them with 4K right there is numbers game would really come into play.
I'm sorry, Syntax Error, but a little bit of luck was involved in that final play as well, because the 4 Kings were just killing everybody they were coming across, man. I mean, the 4 Kings, as usual, were uncontained in Blackout, and they were popping off left, right, center, grabbing every single kill that they can find for themselves. And if they had just been on the left-hand side instead of right, it would have been Syntax Error and not CB1. And we've seen the engagements out of Syntax Error Gurkhas already. It's not like they cannot hold their own. But at Blackout, almost nobody can hold their own in front of the 4 Kings. I mean, solo versus duo, solo versus squads, the players of 4 Kings, they prove themselves out there on the battlefield. And as you can see here, Syntax Error, although they did manage to grab that #1 spot alongside the 10 points from placement, it is going to be the 4 Kings who move into that #1 spot officially through the number of points that they take from this lobby. The number of monstrous kills picked up there just between Tokyo and Alatsky alone, 17 kills, is absolutely insane, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 17, so that's 21, a total of 28 kills overall on the side of the 4 Kings. And the domination at Blackout will go ahead to continue for the King.
Yet another 30+ points for the 4 Kings right here in Blackout. I mean, that's a total of 34, if I'm not mistaken, adding up the placement of second to their team. But, I mean, this is the rise that we've seen the 4 Kings, and they failed yesterday on being able to top it off. I've yet to seen a lot more of kills coming from them, beating that number. If I'm not mistaken, that was 28, the highest that they got from the Blackout map. If they can transpose that into Isolated as well, we will not be questioning if they can go against the Kings of Garena Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale. But for now, Blackout is their only scene, and they're still making their way up into the Isolated. So hopefully we'll see the same approach as we've seen in Blackout, transpose it to Isolated, thus making it concrete that we are looking at the Kings right now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, as far as Group A is concerned, the Kings are most definitely 4 Kings, no doubt whatsoever. Even though they only perform at Blackout and they seem quite lackluster on Isolated, they still dominate overall on the leaderboards. And that's what's important here. You want to qualify, but even if no matter how much you put out there on the battlefield, I do agree with you, Neptune, because it doesn't really matter at the semifinals. What truly matters is how much you can pull off at the grand finals. And there are other teams in there in the competition, in Group B as well, that might just be able to outperform and outshine the Four Kings. So we need to see them improve their isolated approach immediately. I mean, they don't really have many rounds, bro, but they will have a little bit of downtime. And during the downtime, what I want to see the Four Kings do is make sure they're active in the comment section when the other teams of Group B is taking that engagement against each other, watching all of their plays, watching their drop spots, watching each and every single one of their approaches as well as strategies, and trying to come up with a counter strategy, especially against Vagabonds Esports. Because if the Four Kings want to prove themselves out there to be the true kings, you need to take down the current king of kings themselves.
Yeah, I mean, and when you say active in the comment section, make sure that it is productive.
No, dude, shout out though. Shout out Neptune, because the community has been amazing today in the comment section. Don't you think? They have just been so awesome. Thank you guys. I think I love it, right? As a shoutcaster, we sit down here, Neptune, we speak to the community. They cannot respond through their voices, but they type it out in the comment section. And it's nice to see that we've got such an awesome community in here that is always open to keeping it clean in the comment section, man. Yesterday, things got a little out of hand, but today, everything seems to be fine and dandy. And not only that, they're having a lot of fun in the comment section.
And that's the thing. That's how we increase the number of people in the community as well as the stream in here. Because if it's not that toxic in the comment section, a lot more will be watching. And instead of watching the comments out there, the back and forth, they can be watching the play and commending all of those great gameplays. And this is the great gameplay that I would like to see more.
It's just unfortunate that Gyro wasn't able to take down Tokyo. Tokyo, as usual, man, he's just a little too good out there on the battlefield with the engagements. But Gyro, I tell you, God level IQ right there with the plays. I absolutely loved it. Alatsky, on the other hand, just knows exactly where to check. Usually people do check the toilet, but very few times do they actually check behind the door. And Alatsky, he doesn't miss a single corner. He clears out compound after compound, spot after spot. But towards the end, as the Four Kings were alive, it was just a duo versus a squad of syntax error on the other side.
Yeah, I think it's the loss of Kyun really brought them down, because we've seen Kyun in there for the backup against Fright and Alatsky. And without Kyun in there backing them up, and then Fright has been taken down, thus we have Tokyo and Alatsky left. Knowing that, that this is the approach that Syntax Error will try to go passive, as we've seen, not much kills from their side, and they ended up with 4 members. And this is how they want to dominate and take that points, because knowing 4K, how aggressive they are, they always end up with not a complete squad, I would say. Most of the time, not a complete squad. Thus, it is an advantage for Syntax Error.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But of course, we did call out Syntax Error. We did tell them that they need to smarten up. They need to do better if they do not want to lose their spot to the players of ABC Mystic. And what do you know, man? The immediate response from the side of Syntax Error is to grab a victory for themselves, right? And it doesn't matter. I mean, yes, I do understand that they didn't grab a lot of kills from this particular lobby, and it is definitely something that they need to work on. But more than the kills, which are quite risky to play for, you want to focus on the placement points if you're a team that is not the most aggressive out there on the battlefield. And it is more difficult to survive without any one of those engagements, rather than to go in there and bag all of those skills back to back. Because you need supreme gunfight capability like the Four Kings do. Syntax Error, they do not have that. They understand what are their weaknesses as well as where their strengths lie. And they manage to bring their strengths into play this time around. They survive with their IQ plays. I want to see a little bit more from this team, because picking up those 10 points from placements will definitely help them make sure they keep the pressure on the top side of the leaderboard and make it through to the grand finals, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, we have always asked teams to move up, and it's not really always about perfection. It's more about progress. So practice I want to take out the perfection from that quote. It's practice makes progress, because that is what most of the team should be focusing. Not to be perfect in getting both kills and placement, but working out your mistakes, as you pointed out, ending up on the winner. And that is what Syntax Error is doing right now. And once they got the hang of that, of getting the good position as well as a great rotation, they can focus back onto the kills and then combine them to be a better team, one of the
Yeah.
best team, I would say, if they will be able to complete that mix from their team.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much for being awesome in the comment section. Thank you so much for hitting that like and share. Once again, we've got another rare wish crate for all of you. Go ahead and take the screenshot. You can redeem it when we are taking a break. But make sure if you haven't shared this stream just yet, please do help us out. If you hadn't hit subscribe. If you haven't hit subscribe on YouTube, please do hit that button as well so that you get all of your timely notifications whenever we have new content uploaded, and as well as whenever the page does go live. A lot of action in the competition as usual, Neptune. We promised them that round 2 was going to be hotter, and it was most definitely hotter. How hot is round 3 going to be? You have to wait and see after a quick short break. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Garena Survivors. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Round number 2 has concluded, and we have seen the return of Syntax Error right up the leaderboard, but at least for that one lobby. Through that effort, they are going to be able to make sure they maintain their pressure to make it through for the grand finals, because today is going to be the final day. Today is going to be the final opportunities that these teams get inside of Group A to make their play for the grand finals. For some teams, it's a little bit too late. For some teams at the very bottom, it's not going to be a possibility. But for a team like Syntax Error Gurkhas, it is still a open chance out there, as long as they continue to show us a little bit of improvement, as well as their ability to remain surviving. I saw a few comments that said, oh, good luck camping a little bit more. It's a battle royale, bro. You need to survive. You need to stay alive. It's not about going out there and getting those dominant skills, is it, Neptune?
Yeah, I mean, it's we keep talking about aggression versus tactics, and that is
Yeah.
what Syntax Error has done. It's more of
Yes.
the tactics side. They can
Yeah.
put up the kills, but how long will they be able to survive? How long will
Yeah.
they be able to get? How much will they be able to get on the kills if they battle it
Correct.
on, say, a strong opponent at the start
Yeah.
of the game? Yeah, you are
Yeah.
aggressive, you are not camping, but you might get the 4 points, but get killed later on. And not a lot of
Yeah.
teams are really getting in and taking that number one, AJ, and that is
Yeah.
one thing that they should be proud of.
Exactly. They most definitely should be proud of that victory. I do not think it's an easy thing to grab a victory on Blackout, to grab a victory away from the Four Kings on Blackout, because the Four Kings was still alive and kicking in that final
Yeah.
circle. So if they wanted to grab it, if they were capable of grabbing it, they would have. But it is the strategy of Syntax Error to play the game of survival instead of taking the game of aggression that brought them to the final circle and also gifted them the victory. And as long as they keep up a strategy like that, they are going to remain surviving in the competition. And with that victory, like what we were talking about, Syntax Era Gurkhas have moved into the 8th spot, replacing Existence Valhalla. Good on them. 83 points now. They have equaled up with the players of Existence Valhalla, but they are... I thought we are going to go by placement points. So never mind. We'll ignore that point for the time being. But either way, Syntax Era Gurkhas, as you guys know, they are on the way back in here. And the fight is still alive. We have got 4 more rounds to go, Neptune. So Syntax Era Gurkhas just needs to make sure they do not make a mistake. But at the same time, the same statement that we made for SE can be said for Existence Valhalla, CB1 main, even teams like Armanen as well as PB Esports main, because they still have got the number of rounds in here to send them up the leaderboard. It's not like it is all done and dusted. Mad Gunners Esports, on the other hand, I feel like they need to go out there and continuously prove themselves, even though there's not much hope left.
And that's one good example of aggression versus tactics. Mad Gunners has been so aggressive in most of the gameplays, most of the approach that they've done.
Yeah.
Thus, they have been taken down early from the game. And if they plan it out, wherein they're keeping a distance from teams, of course they wouldn't know who they are going against. But keeping a distance for the teams, getting the kills, or probably working their way around the map and get the placement, then they will be able to move up. But from the Mad Gunners side, with the vehicle gameplay as well as aggression that they're putting into play, some of teams are overtaking them in that team versus team battle. Thus, they are being left behind on number 16.
And of course, in terms of being able to still stand a chance to make it up, if the Mad Gunners Esports can hit that number 1 spot back to back in the next 4 games, maybe there is still hope in here. But it is consistency that counts. And over the 3 days of play, 6 matches each and every single day, teams like Four Kings have managed to prove that they are the ones who play the dominant gameplay out there on the battlefield. And they make up for the part where they can't really achieve much on placement points through the kills, through the aggression. 171 kills now. Neptune, how impressive is that?
Yeah, and this might be the same case as well as to why others in the comment section are pointing out that some of the teams are camping compared to the Four Kings. It's because how aggressive and how entertaining they look getting all those kills. But this is a Four Kings. It's so impressive for them getting a lot of kills, knowing that it's only half of the whole thing that they're working on. It's Blackout, the Blackout Kings. Isolated, they're not doing that much, but what more? And this is why we stressed it so much. What more can they do if they put in a same I'm not saying that they're not putting the effort, but the same approach, getting a lot of points in isolated, I would say it will greatly increase the lead against VVVVG.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And teams who are doing great in terms of kills when it comes to isolated, they are the teams like 13 Academy, Team VD, Team VG. They really put it out there on the battlefield, man. But the Four Kings, they don't do extremely bad, but they do not do extremely good, because at Blackout, they are just on a breakout run, right? And on isolated, even though they do all right, it just seems like their performance is super subdued because of their breakout runs usually hit at Blackout. But of course, let's keep that discussion for Blackout on a pause for a little bit here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and witness the destruction of one of two teams. It's either going to be Existence Valhalla that gets kicked out of their diner, or it's going to be Syntax Error, I believe, who's in there with them.
Yeah, I mean, Existence Valhalla and Syntax Error, apart from the battlefield, they have also a close fight in the leaderboard. So it will depend on who will win this map between the two of them to really take that number 8 spot, or probably even more if they can improve more, because we've seen how well Existence Valhalla do in the fight, but it's more of how much they stay and survive in the battle as well that will give us a good picture of what they can do. Now, as we go and jump in here, this is a spot. Nook Plant is a spot wherein the Metaverse has made their comeback. The moment that they chose Nuclear Plant as their drop points, this is where they started off like popping off. And I'm not just talking about the introduction of Nerosa, because we've seen how they fall from the first 2 rounds that Nerosa was in there. But when they switch it up, jumping in onto Nuclear Plant, going against VVV, they were able to get a few kills and then pull out from that fight and have a good rotation, preparing them for the battle on the final circle. And I think they will be sticking into that trap point moving forward as they step into Isolated.
And let's see if or not they will bring in those consistent plays, because obviously once you determine a good drop spot for yourself that can give you those well-needed loots alongside a little bit of an edge over the other teams, you most definitely want to keep that as your constant. But, you know, it might just be the counterplay attempt from some of the other teams at the grand finals later on, as that information might just be used against them. But who would want to investigate the drop spot of the 4 Kings and hunt them down? Yeah, that's something that we have to just wait and see, because the 4 Kings have shown us consistency at Blackout. They have shown us consistently where they choose to go ahead and drop. So if any teams want to challenge the players of 4 Kings to a 1v1 fight in the early matches, they know exactly where to find them.
And the question is, how well will they be able to go? We're talking about Blackout, but for Isolated, I think the challenge will be on to the team of PBE Sports right now. We have cited in here that it's the northern part of each map that 4 Kings are steadying on and dropping at the start of the game. And from what we've seen right now, it's a snowy area. Once again, it's probably the buff of the snowboard, especially for the getaway that Lasky can do. But here comes the fight, and Fried taking down Asta right there, and Abu will be backstab as well.
Fried bagging both back to back, and it is most definitely going to be a day of eating once again. The all-open buffet, all-you-can-eat buffet, I mean, has once again been open for the players of 4 Kings. But this is Isolated, so they need to grab as many as they can, as quickly as they can, as they do not usually pop off here in comparison to Blackout once again. And hence why you see they are quite hungry, on for the chase. Doom's not going to be able to run away just yet. Fried a little bit too close to him, but Doom manages to pull away at the very final second. Fried pulls out the Odin back-to-back shots. Doom jumps away. Can he get a takedown? Yes, he does, but Alatsky backstab! And the backup from the 4 Kings, just a little too sweet, Neptune.
And just when we thought Fried is already falling down, he is the hunter of the 4 Kings. It's a good thing that Alatsky was in there chasing over them. Otherwise, it will be a loss already for the 4 Kings. But that one exchange will not be, it will not be a problem for them. But here comes Kyun once again, going in for another chase against one member of PB, and one team of PB Esports will be eliminated, going against the Kings of Blackout, popping off with 4 kills already in Isolated.
Existence Valhalla, 1 dog tag up on the ground already. They need to recover that as quickly as possible. The 4 Kings have managed to find their first 4 kills. 2 players already on there with the upgrade. The 13 Academy, on the other hand, is making a quick beeline straight for the very first ad drop inside of the game. And will they be challenged at this ad drop? That is most definitely my question. But it doesn't seem to be the case, as there are no other players in the near vicinity. First green ad drop for the side of 13 Academy, just to make sure they've got the extra firepower to take that final battle.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good start for 13 Academy, knowing that they need to be tactical on their approach, but just in case they go in for aggression, a good sense or a good number of kinetic armor will be helping them. And I think this is the chance, or this is mostly the time that 13 Academy is going in for the hunt. Because after jumping in from rigid wetlands, they just go in for the rotations, get airdrops first, and then go in for where the gunshots brings them. But on the left-hand side, guys, of our screen, we are seeing our leaderboard right now for the top 10 for today. We just ended round number 2, and we are now stepping in round number 3, and this is the result of those games.
Of course, it is going to be a fight now as 13 Academy finds the 4 Kings. Great shots by Glad, but he will see the bullets from Kyun as well. Kyun now manages to get that knock instinct from afar. Can he find the backstab, or will he choose to pick up the rest of his team members? Instinct finds Kyun. The 4 Kings, they go down one after the other. It is all now in the hands of Alatsky. Can he get there on time? No, he cannot. Fried. Final player left on the side of the 4 Kings. And this does not look to be a great engagement. But the 13 Academy, they have to be careful. Amateurs Esports, they hear those gunshots and they are on the way. And Armanen are nearby as well to take advantage, to be the third party, to be the fourth party indeed. But look at that 13 Academy. They do not wait for anyone. They make that hit and they make that run. They are out of there.
Yeah, they're out of there, and the two who are just stepping into the door will be fighting each other. We have a Metaverse right now going against Armament, and we'll have to see how Nerosa will be approaching him. It's split right now between these 3 members. Are all in there for the Kobe kill against Tom Peeps with that surprise being so far away from the way. Here comes Greg going in for the hit, and Watts was able to take down Groucho on this fight. 2 men down, or 1 man from each team has been knocked down, but the team of Armament will be pulling back. But here comes another surprise, because VVV will be jumping in.
It's going to be Watts now as he slowly backs away from the engagement, because VVV are there and they have got the advantage. They've got the higher ground, and Raul gets caught out in the open. Blank, can he get the shutdown? Narosa is just a little bit too low. Ainra a little bit closer than the rest of the players, but Narosa manages to get away with his health still intact, and he does have got the armor on him as well. And the players of VVV will not be able to find those kills just yet. Team VG needs to continue going in here for the hunt, but CV1 drops by as well. Blank is not going to be able to connect with that grenade, and everything is status quo. 1 kill so far for Team Vici. They're not going to be too happy about that, as their hunt just ends up with empty hands.
Yeah, I love seeing that up front. Nerosa was able to get away because of zigzag move that he was doing. That has been featured so much from the conversation of the fans out there, as well as this stream. And that is the first time that I've seen that on FPP mode. And I'm quite, curious as to how that is being done and how does it look to go for the zigzag on FPP. But here we have it. We still have a chase from the side of BBB, and this is a team of Vici right now trying to go in, but Tokyo jumping out in there, trying to get away, using that fence as cover, and is going in for those dog tags. But Tokyo will be caught by the trap, and Dre for the follow-up, and there goes the 4 Kings. Tokyo out of that door.
GG, man. And the question is that the final player on the side of 4 Kings? The answer is going to be no, because we do see the dog tag in the name of number 3 down there, which means the rest of the players are right back in the mix already. Tokyo managed to survive long enough. And right now, Alatsky as well as Kyun, they are running out of time. And it looks like the 4 Kings are not going to be able to secure this isolated map in a dominant way that they would want to. And once again, the struggle for the 4 Kings and isolated will continue, Neptune.
Struggle is real for isolated. I mean, they will be in there going in for the 2-man, or the same as what we've seen previously, but this time with not that much kills. They only got 4 kills in their name, and even if it's an FPP where they were able to dominate a lot of teams in the FPP mode, comparing the TPP, we're talking about isolated, wherein they still need to take a lot more in, be able to practice and identify how to rotate and go in for the push. But speaking of push, here comes Third Academy back in play. They are in here. They were here earlier, but they are going against BBB Vici right now.
And RX69 manages to find CV1 more security down on the ground as well as BBB moves on in for the engagement. This is Team Vici taking on 13 Academy. 13 Academy They do not have the high ground advantage, but what they do have is the side of that hill, that slope, just giving them enough cover to make sure they do not get headshot by the players of Team Vici, who go on to reposition as this place gets a little bit too crowded. And when it gets crowded, you want to secure a good defensive position for your team. And this is a good move coming through from Vici, but they might just be moving straight on in to the defensive position of Armament. As you can see, right behind Fright, taking on a 1v2 challenge out there, and he gets caught out in the open, tries to play the game of survival right up top, and he is still alive. Boye misses that ninja skill, and he will not take down the player from the side of 4K.
If Boyet didn't miss, that would be a chance for him to go and take out a 4 Kings. But Boyet right now will be waited on, and I think the chase of Fright will be against him. But there goes a Fright for the flight. And that rhymes, so I love it.
Amen, brother. The rhymes and the puns are getting better and better by the day. Gentlemen, I absolutely love it, man. And of course, the players of 4 Kings, they need to recover the dog tag as quickly as possible. And I believe that's exactly what Fright jumped off quickly for, because they already have just a duo left out there on the battlefield. And if Fright loses yet another player, things will obviously get more and more difficult for them to achieve out there on the battlefield. And that's not something that 4 Kings are looking for. But no surprise here, man. Once again, Isolated just isn't the home of 4 Kings. And that is the thing that they need to solve before they move into the grand finals. That's the thing that they need to work on in the next 3 days of semifinals for the second half of the group of 32, where we will see teams like NRX 420, not bringing them up for any reasons whatsoever, as well as Vagabonds Esports jump in to do battle. And if they can prove themselves worthy on Isolated to take those dominant plays, as well as later on Blackout, then we will perhaps confirm in a way or other that the 4 Kings might truly see a challenge finding that #1 spot at the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not too much to ask for Kings, because we know that they can do they have the mechanical skills as well as the knowledge of the game to be able to pull it through. It's more of probably doing a little bit of study on how well they can do their rotations. If aggression is not working, they can get the distance, not always the chase. That's what I would say for the 4 Kings, especially when they go into Isolated, because that is where they usually fail. When they chase a team, that's when they go down, and once they lost 1 or 2 of their members, I mean, it's downhill from there. But this time, we have NRX69, who I think has survived a huge battle earlier, will be able to go in against Existence Valhalla. And we pointed out earlier as well that Existence Valhalla need to step it up against syntax error to be able to beat them on that leaderboard and cross that bridge onto top 8. But going against NRX69, we'll have to see how well have they progressed already, especially when we pointed out a lot of things that they need to improve on to be able to move up from the 12 or 13 spot that they are in there.
Yeah, of course, as they continue to move on out, NRX69 might just come across a team that they cannot shut down that easily. It is going to be Team Vici. A quick pop of that smoke bomb, and right through the smoke, Team Vici will back away, not wanting to engage with NRX69. But Mr. Flex pulls out the sniper, and he might be able to knock down Blank. But those 2 careless shots will not result in a knock as he repositions himself. But they ought to be careful now, as NRX69 might still see a few players from the back as they make that approach and take that backstab. Fright still alive, shuts down Ainra, and it looks like BBV now is going to take down the final player on the side of 4 Kings.
And 4 Kings, Fright right now is in here stuck between a wall of a safe zone as well as a team in there that is going against each other. If Fright will be able to survive this and get past everyone in here, then he might be able to survive. Joel in there taking out Mashu on the other side of the map, but going back to NRX69 and VVVG, we'll have to see how well will they be able to go in on this battle. But NRX69 needs to hype it up. We need to move up onto those skills and get their distance against BBBG, because we know how Sekre as well as the rest of the teams are going in. But there goes Kalu for the kill with that Odin and Ainra taking down. Now that will be a struggle for the side of BB, because they need to flank on the other side. Not that much.
Oh, but the players of NRX69 now, they go ahead to spread out just a little bit thinly before they move in for the shutdown onto the players of Existence. And Yanara, final player here on the side of Existence, will be able to hold on to the battle inside of this compound. Debu is still alive out there, but not for long as he finally gets taken down. Yanara, final player, still surviving, manages to go in and use his armor first. NRX69 just inside Yanara, runs straight in towards him, but survives that. How did Yanara do that?
It is because one has been hiding out in there on the boxes. The grenade has been thrown, and a lot of people from 6ix9ine has been taken down. And Sekre would follow up with a gun. It's now left to Remy right now, AJ.
Now Remy, as he quickly tries to back away from the battle, BBV will continue playing that treasure. As I said earlier on, Team Richie is a little tough to take down in a situation like that. Cluster's not going to do much for Sekre. It wasn't a cluster, my apologies. It was his smoke bomb. But as he pops that off, it is going to be a risky play, because if they get pushed now, the smoke bomber is going to be quite useless in that situation. But the smoke bomb also helps him make a very safe approach towards all of these boxes here that has been laid out for the loot after that very crazy encounter we just witnessed, Neptune.
Yeah, and I think they're on their way to go against ABC Mystic. ABC Mystic hasn't been seen from the start of this round, so we'll see how well will they be able to get a good position and gatekeep the rest of the team. And this is what they mostly do in this battle, but right now they will be stuck in between a lot of teams right now, and BBB will be going against them from this side. Ziorak on the other side is using this sniper to try and get information, but Mr. Taser is already onto the rush. On the other side might be going in against ABC Mystic, who is on high ground and have a good vantage point against them.
Alibaba Clan once again representing MYSG, and they go out there to slay. Can they find those kills as Prime now moves on slowly, has got the RUS in hand. Chalup with the combo of Odin as well as SVD, they take the high ground that SVD will be able to provide in the close range quarters as well as that mid-range combat. VVV might not be able to survive the strike by that Odin in the hands of ABC, but of course it will be Siora who quickly repositions as they find themselves at the very edge of the zone. Joel brings in Big Bertha as well to park it at the very corner, just so that they have another bit of extra room to reposition and maneuver around that final circle. Alibaba Clan Mystic still maintains their position far away from the other teams, just so that they can find that backstab as well as that long off kills. But only one slay in here so far. Chelo, can he get the knock? Players, Siora right in front turns around, and Prime gets a knock onto Jewel out of nowhere. And the finisher from Chelo, perfect combo from the two to pick up the second kill.
Yeah, and this one thing, having an SMRS, especially when everyone is crumbling,
Ken.
and you have the high ground, and there goes Prime taking down Ken in that battle, and Prime is still no stopping with this SMRS, but they have to rush in because they will be caught with that same zone. Not Blank was able to take down Ju in this fight, and Ju has been okay already. Here comes a rush by Prime, and there goes the spray. Boyet has been taken down with RUS.
Yeah, awesome things, and Prime now just trying to recover his armor just a little bit, turns around, shuts down yet another player, but time is running out outside of the zone. Prime gets knocked down by the zone. Jalop still surviving for the side of ABC Mystic. Jalop, can he continue to move on in? But BBV, they've got more numbers in here, and the chaos will continue. Duda, as he circles around the corners of this barracks, he will be able to find a player, but Brian shuts down Am right in front of him. Just pulls back the numbers by shutting Brian's out of the equation. And BBV now, this is the team Venny. They survive with two more members on their side, but more of those gunfights right outside of this compound, Neptune.
11 kills already for BBV, and we'll have to see how well will they be able to survive, because they are stuck in here between a lot of teams. There are actually two teams, ABC Mystic and 13 Academy. 13 Academy has a good vantage point from above, and they can target ABC Mystic from afar. But with smokes in there, they will be able to go. But Prime is taking down the Dre in there with SMRS, and one remaining member from that team of BBV Vici will be out, and we are now down to the three teams remaining in this game. Now a good position for 13 Academy before they go in for the rush, and they will be able to spray spray down ABC Mystic right here.
VVV right in front of them, and 13 Academy has to reposition. Prime right in front, but gets sprayed down by two players. Duda takes himself out of the equation. Glad right now going in for the chase on Chillum. Chillum does not want to give away that kill point as he repositions up top on the hill. Glad is still surviving as Prime gets knocked down onto the ground, and 13 Academy secure a solid win.
And 13 Academy, I mean, the consistency that they have right now, getting, if I'm not mistaken, their second win of the semifinals. They are now popping off, I would say, because we've asked them to get that number one spot, and they are giving us those number one spot. Not only that, we are also seeing a lot of kills from this team, and this is how you put out an impression. We can get in there in top 5 without any wins, but this time we are getting those wins as well. So we have a chance to go in and take that number one. That is the impression that they are here to set in play.
Absolutely agree with you, Neptune. And that's exactly what 13 Academy is aiming for. And if they continue providing us these sorts of opportunities to see them shine in that number one spot, that's exactly what they can get. Because through their consistency, they've maintained their top 3 push. And now bringing in more pressure by grabbing that second win at that number one spot through the semifinals, one for Group A, they will be in an even better position to snatch it away from the 4 Kings. The 4 Kings, on the other hand, they continue to struggle just a little bit as usual whenever we hop on into Isolated. Let's move on to the points here as the number one spot gets pulled away by the 13 Academy. A total of 7 kills onto their side. Not too many to shout about, but just enough to continue maintaining a little bit of pressure on the 4 Kings. It will be the Alibaba clan Mystic that picks up the second spot for themselves, and overall 7 points from the kills, 6 points from placement is going to give them 13 very, very precious points. And what's more important than those 13 precious points is the fact that Syntax Error is nowhere to be seen on this first page. That's exactly what Alibaba Clan is focusing on, doing better than Syntax Error, making sure they keep up all of that pressure, and if possible, even beat out Existence Valhalla at the game and even overtake them on the leaderboards, Nephew.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good play from Alibaba Clan right now to maintain their position on the placement. And kills has been improving so far as what we've seen. It's not the same as what we've seen from the first round, wherein they have a lot of kills in Isolated. But the FPP will bring us there because FPP mode brings teams to a slowdown when it comes to aggressiveness. And for the case of ABC, ABC Mystic, all they have to do is maintain their tactical approach in every battle and get those placement as an objective. But one thing that I like to point out is Team Venny right here getting 11 kills in this point, although it's not too high in the placement because they have been caused in there. I mean, they have been taken down a few members in there, and also, if I'm not mistaken, that was Duda who was taken out of the zone on their way inside. So a little pinch for them, but they were able to recover on to the kills. But if we look further into the scene, you mentioned about not seeing Syntax Error. The 4 Kings also was not in there on the top page of the scene, and even in here as we move up, they have been in there on the 11th spot. So it still remains the struggle for them, and they really need to work that out.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And Syntax Error is still nowhere to be seen in here. And, you know, we did talk about those early engagements that Syntax Error was hopping on into and maintaining their 50-50 chances in the game, 50-50 chances at the early stages of the matchup. And it still plays against them once again. I mean, if camping is going to be the strategy that Syntax Error needs to go in with to survive, then Syntax Error just needs to camp. They shouldn't be going out there confidently in all of these early engagements because clearly it's not bringing them anywhere. They just need to avoid those gunfights, continue looting, hit a few airdrops, get those golden mods, stack themselves up as much as possible before they jump into battle. I mean, it's just like playing a role-playing game where you want to take down a big monster, and you can't take on that fight just yet before you get your armor, bro. You can't take on the fight before you get good weapons to slay. Your attack power is high. These guys are barely ready for a fight, and they think that they can rise back up. That's just not going to work. Syntax Error, their strategy needs to be tweaked a little bit more, just like how they did previously to grab that victory.
Yeah, I mean, they focus on the placement as well how the rotations that they will do. Provided that this is FPP, yeah,
Yeah.
some teams are taking advantage of
Yeah.
how the other teams are taking it slow on the FPP mode, but it's still not to the point where in syntax error needs to rush things to be able to get too high, or I mean, high on the leaderboards. They
Mm.
still need to go and take the objective of getting placement,
Yeah.
getting a good position into the game, and if we're not at all not rushing, that is
Mm.
one thing that they need to focus on, because a lot of teams is already into the rushing part and
Yeah.
into the killing part, and they are not really up to that just yet. I'm not
Yeah.
putting them down, they cannot do it, not just yet, if they
Yeah.
really want to take it on the top 8 for this last day.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, if they want to make sure they move on into the grand finals, all of those adjustments need to be made, and those adjustments need to be made right now. I mean, because the fight to qualify through, the fight between the eighth spot, because that's the very final position that can allow you to move on to the grand finals, is at 85 points the last time we checked, I believe.
Mhm.
And, it's just way too close from that eighth place all the way down to even the 12th or 13th position. As long as those teams manage to show us a little bit of consistency and push within the next 3 rounds, we might still be able to see them move up and replace Syntax Error's chances of making it through to the grand finals. So I don't know, but if I was Syntax Error, I wouldn't be taking those 50-50 chances anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's I would say they can emulate what the ABC Mystic has been doing, because
Mm.
so far they have been improving on the gunfights as well as the placement. As you can see right now, they are here top 3 once again. So this is seldom that we've seen this type of gameplay from ABC Mystic from day number 1. It's because they start the game fighting it off against a strong opponent. I'm not saying that they're not strong, but stronger against the ABC Mystic.
Yeah.
Thus, they lose that chance to get the placement as well, more kills, because they're surviving that long.
Yeah.
And this time, they're going a different approach. Thus, they're ending up later surviving longer. And that is what we call this the Garena Survivors. How long will we be able to survive? How much kills is just a plus. And for those who are doing the aggressive approach, is a big plus, definitely.
And, in terms of support, the players of ABC Mystic aren't really getting all that too much of love from the MYSD scene at the moment, but it's okay, because once they start winning, once they start rolling in all of the dough, and as usual, everybody starts loving them a little bit more, showing them a little bit more of attention, right? That's exactly what I think ABC Mystic deserves, more attention, and I'm very sure they're about to get it. And if they can maintain their consistency in here, make it through the grand finals, make MYSG even more proud than it is right now of them, I think they are on a great path already. Let's take a quick short break, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. When we come back, it's going to be the second half of the competition today.
Welcome back to the Garena Survivors, where we are now halfway through for today's last day of the semifinals, day number 3. This is the first half of the battle, or first half of the groups that has been battling it on for 3 days already. And of course, we have yet to see who will take the top 8 in here to be able to jump into the grand finals. We are
Yeah,
at your service as your casters and your host. I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is amazing, the legendary Mustachio AJ, bringing the action to your screen.
absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we do apologize if you can see a little bit of static and if you can hear a little bit of static. We can hear it too. We know it's not really pleasant, but we do apologize. We're trying to get it fixed in the background as we speak right now. The battle out there on the battlefield, Neptune, has been most definitely engaging today. We have seen a lot of improvements from the team that we have been calling out on the battlefield. And, some of them we haven't called out all that too much because we haven't seen the potential out of them, I have to say. And, for example, like, calling out the players of ABC Mystic, they have shown us that they can rise up to the top and they can rise to the challenge when it is needed. But, there are some other teams in here who are still struggling to find themselves in the matchup, right? Who are still struggling to find their own, I guess, style in these games. See, for example, NRX69, the struggle has truly been real, man, in terms of the positioning, in terms of those drops. It has truly been a struggle for them to continuously rise up to the top, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean it's because one thing per se we've already pointed it out is because the drop points they choose in these games, they have been like making the mistake of challenging teams like PvE Sport on those platforms, especially on the isolated map, wherein they are, I'm not saying failing, but
Yeah.
they're
This,
starting off hot, but they are not really carrying it over all throughout the end. And that
yeah.
is what the survivors are for.
Yeah.
To be able to survive all throughout the end and battle against everyone in front of them and not just PvE sports.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And all of those early engagements that we have seen time and time again, I understand. I understand it if it's good. I understand it if it's going to be on just a day one. We do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, boys, because we are seriously trying to fix it, but it looks like we're making it a little bit worse here. I've got this, itch to just scratch my screen right now. But looking at the leaderboards, 217 points, Forking standing up at the top, and followed by Vici with 176 points. Amazing stuff through the consistency of all of these teams. And Amethyst Esports, although we see a slight dip in performance, they have still managed to put on enough points out there to, at the very least, stay in the top 5. Vidi and Veni maintaining their progress to continuously climb up the leaderboards, whereas ABC Mystic, on the other hand, now sit down in that 7th spot quite comfortably. Earlier on, they did overtake Existence Valhalla, but now, after the previous round, they have continued to extend their lead in comparison to Existence Valhalla. Now, quite a bit between these two teams. But we have to stress once again, it is going to be the fight for that 8th spot. Existence Valhalla now needs to watch their backs, just like how Syntax era Gurkhas needed to earlier on. Syntax can still make a play in here, followed by CB1, Armament Rodzina, and even NRX Nehemiah 6-9. If they can improve all of those points that we have already touched on so far, Neptune. I mean, even if you look down here, some impressive kills coming through from NRX 6-9. They can go out there, they can engage. But it's not a game of engagement, it's a game of survival. And if they cannot survive to that final circle, NRX 6-9 is not going to be making it through to the grand finals. We still have got 3 more rounds in here, which is more than good enough for NRX 6-9 to make progress, to make it through to the next finals. And they have got an equal standing here, just as Armament Rodzina, CB1 main, or Syntax Era Gurkhas, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean it's not too much to ask. One solid round for NRX 6-9 will be able to bring them, catapult them probably on a spot on the top 8. But with how close Existence Valhalla as well as Syntax Air Gurkhas is, with only 1 point in between them, it will be tight, I would say.
Yeah.
And how tight would it be? It will be very, very tight to a point that it will be 1 to 5 point lead between these two teams, unless unless either teams make a change of their tactics, similar to what Alibaba Clan Mystic has been doing. As you
Yeah.
can see from how they started into this leaderboard, they are almost balanced with those following them. But this time, they are the ones to be able to cross the 100 mark in here and taking a huge lead against Existence Valhalla. And if I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken, that is more mostly because of the placement that they are getting, and
Yes.
not just the kills.
Yeah.
And if some of the teams right here, as we pointed out, as you pointed out, AJ, like NRX 69, who will be able to increase more of that 9
Yeah.
placement point for their side, and then I would say they have a great chance to cross over, but it's
Amen.
still
Yeah.
up to them, AJ.
Absolutely, bro. I mean, clearly ABC Mystic is showing the way to climb up if you're not going to be super supreme out there on the battle with the gunfights, right? It's not like they cannot hang with the best, but they do not want to take those chances. Even in the previous round, if you notice, ABC Mystic barely had any kills moving into the second last circle. And they only started engaging from players. They tried to maintain their distance. They tried to stay far away. The SVDs were popping off. The SMRS was there for the play. And as best as possible, they want to play the game of survival. I mean, it only makes sense, right, in a battle royale that you play the game of survival. And one of the main reasons why they have managed to, just shoot over Existence Valhalla as well. Yes, they do get a few more of those kills, but it is the placement points where they are just doing so much better in comparison to the rest of the teams who are still chasing for the top 8. In fact, their placement is even better than Veni, who has been showing us consistency throughout the competition so far. But one more match or maybe two, and ABC Mystic can even overtake PvP Esports Veni themselves. Super impressed once again with how much this team has been able to bring out there on the battlefield and how much of impressive improvement they've been able to show so far, Nephew.
Yeah, I mean, a small improvement really catches our attention.
Yeah.
It's not just the epic gameplay, the high IQ gameplay that catches our attention. It's how they move up in leaderboard, the story behind them being, I would say, an underdog and then moving up in there, crossing grand finals. And I won't be surprised if by the time that they have a lot of days to study the opponents and the enemies that will be playing all throughout the rest of the days before jumping into grand finals
Yeah.
and apply a game plan against them, they will be in there on the top spot because they are doing it day after day after day. And if that continues on, the progression of their points will also continue on, thus leveling it up against the Kings, the Four Kings, the VVVs, Force Vici, and even 13 Academy.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, as all of the players go out there to grab more points for themselves, they have to be careful because it's at the end of the day, once again, not a game of who can get the most kills. Although that is a great way to prove your dominance out there, but you have to secure your placements first before you start popping off. This time, the flight path is going to be cutting through Nuketown Island all the way down through between estates as well as Hydro Dam, which opens up the top part of the map, leaving places like Ghost Town, Turbine, as well as Factory a little bit out of reach. But Factory still might be in there for the play. Turbine, on the other hand, a high-tier loot zone alongside a chopper might be a good spot for some of these teams who are struggling in the early stages to try to move on outwards to see if they can have that better mobility as well as better firepower through all of the loots that they find there, Neptune.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised about the movement of Four Kings right now. As you can see, they're all I'm not quite sure what the plan is right there. And I'm sorry for that noise. But I'm not quite sure about the plan out there of the Four Kings. They're spread out. They're not really going to one place. And I think this is one of the changes that they will be doing, trying or increasing their chance of getting one chopper at least, or if not two, to be able to roam around and get this kill. So we are now jumping in. This is Blackout map. And this is the Four Kings that we're talking about. And I'm pretty sure they know what they're doing, but it's just questionable because it's not that conventional.
Shout out to Mark Joseph. You asked for it. No idea exactly what's that sound sometimes when we hop into a match, but it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Sometimes it is what it is. It is going to be 13 Academy now as they loot up the area. One dog tag right in front of them, and it doesn't seem to be courtesy of the players of 13 Academy. So early engagements out there Just one player sacrificed from Team 7, PV Esports main. And the retrieval of the dog tag might be possible if those other players are there, but it just doesn't seem to be the case. Where are the other players from the side of PV?
Yeah, I mean it's we'll have to see later as to where they're drop because so far I mean the drop points of the 4Ks got me upset in reading the situation because it's unusual.
Yes,
I mean,
it is.
normally AJ, this is a battle royale. Most of you will be going in for common drop points, but there we go. We have PV right now, and they are going against ABC Mystic. Now this is the new house of ABC Mystic after they let go of construction site where they are failing to go against 13 Academy. But there you go. We have a Chelop who will be taken down by Asta, but moving in onto the tunnel right now. There goes Doom, and will be Doom right there, but the backstab by Abu against Ju and making it difficult for ABC to really gun them down from below. But from above, Prime is doing well together with Rogue, and hopefully they'll be able to pick up Chelop right now as well as the dog tag of Ju.
And that dog tag is going to be a priced one for the side of all of the ABC players, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But it is going to be Ju who struggles out there waiting for the rest of the players on the side of Alibaba Clan Mystic to retrieve his dog tag. They will go ahead to do exactly that, popping off those grenades one after the other. They smoke out the area first. Abu has been spotted, and now PV Esports walks straight into that fight, and Abu manages to spray down Prime as well. The backup just a little bit slow. Chilop finds Abu. Prime needs to get picked up now, but here comes the attack from Doom as well as he backs away, trying to play the game of survival, manages to heal himself up with that armor, but Doom is headed for Doom as Chilop finds his back, and he takes down the two players who were pressuring the Alibaba Clan Mystic down inside of these tunnels.
The first team that will be taken down there is PB Esports. Yeah, well, we've asked them to really take a different spot from themselves. They have already let go of their position of Rivertown, but this time they jump into the house, the new house of ABC Mystic, and we've seen already how the progression of ABC Mystic is, and going against them, they probably this is something that they miscalculated, thinking that ABC Mystic is still in day number 1 as from what we've seen so far. But no, I mean, day after day, round after round, ABC Mystic has been improving, and this is a team that you don't want to challenge. At least they could have went into a different area of the map to be able to get a lot of loots, and their placement in Rivertown is already good for PV Esports. Not quite sure why they changed that drastically.
Exactly. Amethyst now, Esports, it's gonna be Narosa inside of the smoke. Hades, the smoke bomber, but he gets trapped up, and Narosa is the one inside of the smoke, but Aaron finds him, and it is not the players of SE Hades, but it is Aaron instead, because both of those players with the pincer maneuver manages to find Narosa out in the open land. I'm just confused right now as to what some of these players are doing, man. I do not know exactly why they've split up from one another. I mean, 4 Kings are doing it, the players of Amethyst Esports are doing it. Do you have an idea?
I don't know. Probably they're confident already on their position in leaderboard that they will not be overtaken that easily after this round. But I don't really know. To be exact, I have a lot of assumption because they might need to check out other spots to drop on. Probably just a fluke in their drop. Probably one mistake in the other as a leader of the jump, thus falling out of the group. I mean, a lot of things can be a possibility. But this time, we have the 4Ks right now regrouped, or I think 2 or 3 members of 4Ks are regrouped already, and they're going against Syntax Error, the team that has taken down the ABC, or no, that was a Nerosa from a Metaverse Esports.
You see how confusing it gets when all of these players start splitting up and getting up into the 1v1 battles. Goodness me, so many things to remember in one matchup, man. I mean, my brain, Neptune's brain, both getting fried. And Esports, they are not going to be mad after this engagement with Existence as Lacrima flies up into the air, but unfortunately knocks himself out when he lands. Does not manage to fly. One unfortunate mistake from the guy. Fira, on the other hand, manages to turn things around. Gets the backstab. Existence dropped down. Yanara out of the equation as well. And one final player on the side of Existence Esports will need to back away, and he does exactly that. But we hop on over to 13 Academy as they take this engagement against two teams back-to-back in here. It will be the most wanted right below them, and from afar on the approach as well is Team VG, who want to be the third parties that bags away the most. But 13 Academy with their positioning might be able to catch out Ives in here. One more shot from Lin, and the BY15 does not pour off, but Ives, they will not move into a better defensive position out in the open. Lin catches his back, and Ainra drops Storm Peeps, and it will be a tough fight now for 13 Academy as VVV slowly takes over this compound.
Yeah, they haven't recovered just yet for that fight, and Lint is the only one alive, if I'm not mistaken, in this fight. And VVV Dre is up there, taking down the Glad. Now it's a 1v3. If I'm not mistaken, Lint trying to get away, but the pitch is in there, but Lint will be taken down. We are now down to 13 teams. VVV take advantage of, oh, that was an airdrop that pushed everyone, that pulled everyone in this area, thus the trouble of having multiple parties out there. Now another airdrop will be in there. Prime was able to take down Jewel, and we'll have a Prime right now going in for that SMRIs into the waters. Not quite sure how much damage it can do, but with someone near that airdrop with area damage will be done. There goes Mr. Kaser, also being taken down by Rogue, and the push is on for the remaining member of BBB.
Okay, one more opportunity to look now. Can he catch White? Yes, he can. Backstab. And White gets taken out of the equation. Alibaba Clan Mystic with the 8 kills in here so far. They want to rage on in Blackout as well. They want to continue making MYSG proud. Flex from afar, shuts down Blank. Amazing stuff from NRX69. We wanted them to step things up as well. And everybody's making a name for themselves as they shut down player after player from the side of VVV. VVV technically has many players out there in this lobby.
Hey, imagine that will be 3 teams coming from them. That's a total of 12. But going in here, NRX69 right now is not really rushing in. It is a VVV teams who are going in for the rush. Oh, that is one reason the pickup is being done. But Kalu will be taken down as well as Rambi. And there goes NRX69 with only Mr. Flex in their left. Needs to keep that distance and probably wait for a chance to get those dog tags. But 7 kills already for this team of VVV, and VVV Vici is not stopping just yet.
Yep, and off-screen earlier on, we did see Watts take down one player from the side of Four Kings, and now Timothy knocks down Kyun as well. Alatsky runs away as quickly as he can, and on the map of the players of Four Kings themselves, Amethyst Esports have now gone in here and stirred the Hornet's nest. Will Four Kings strike, and will they strike back hard? It seems to be a good setup now as the players of Amethyst Esports, all players alive and kicking. Narosa trying to cut the distance between himself as well as Alatsky on for the hunt already. The players of Amethyst do not want to slow down, but Alatsky is not backing away. He knows that he needs to stay on there to make sure the dog tag is picked up and the rest of his team members are brought right back into the mix here. But a 2v1 might just be the situation that Alatsky has to face off. But with the positioning of Alatsky, he stays quiet. Rolled. Timothy on the way. Will they spot him? Those footsteps might show up. And Amethyst Esports just a little bit far away. Alatsky, supreme positioning. And nobody's going to call this a camp move from Alatsky, I'm very sure. And if they do,
we'll have to see. Well, Latsky will be able to get away from this predicament right now, because just in case he tried to shoot down one of the members of a Metaverse Esports, the rest will be gunning him. And this time, it is a 1v1. The distance from Nerosa and the rest of the teams is getting greater. And if I'm not mistaken, Nerosa is also Smoke Bomber. So Smoke Bombers against Smoke Bomber, we'll have to see how will that work. But Tokyo will be back in play. Kyun has dog tags needs to be picked up, and there goes Fright as well to be picked up in there. Now Alatsky will be able to go in for this rush. Hopefully a Metaverse will be able to, or will not be able to see them for them to survive and see how will it go on a 4v4 once again.
And this is amazing, man. 2 dog tags now. all in here for the play already. They have been scanned through, and the Four Kings are right back in the mix. Blackout was supposed to be their map, and now that the players of Amethyst Esports have gone in here and stirred the hornet's nest, they know that the Four Kings will be coming for blood. But how long will they be able to survive? How far away will they be able to run? Or will they not run at all and just wait for the players of Four Kings to bring the fight? We will witness in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. In the meantime, let us watch Fast and Furious, courtesy of the players of Mad Gunners Esports.
Mad Gunners Esports was chasing Existence Valhalla earlier, but right now they were able to pull out from that chase, and Existence Valhalla still has a chance to go and take those points as well as a placement. But here comes Alaski right now, trying to gun down BBVAD, and the rest of the teams of BBV is nowhere to be seen. I mean, they are seen in there in the minimap, but they are very, very far, and there goes AD being taken down. One member of Benny right now is already out, and the rest of the teams need to rush in because the Four Kings are back in play for man once again.
Oh, yes, sir, indeed. FHJ on the way. Oh, Tokyo, what an avoidance. He missed that FHJ just by a sliver. But now the second one that comes through, Tokyo abandons the approach. He moves on in to pull out his own gun from the gunsmith. And the rest of the players on the side of Four Kings, they move on in to shut down the players of Armament who took those cheap shots against their team member Tokyo earlier on. Ken now, Alatsky has been spotted out. Alatsky repositions right on top of the root and quickly throws so that he does not get taken out of the equation. Fright shuts down Ken from the backstab. Tokyo still knocking down player after player. Groucho has been spotted, but Alatsky gets backstabbed by a player out there, and it is going to be Tokyo next on the ground. Kyun, the final player, can he survive this and pull it back? Because it's a 1v3, and Armament has just taken the fight up against Four Kings and shut down their aggressive approach.
Yeah, when we thought that was a cheap shot, when Four Kings gunned them down, Armament Rosina right now is good in defending their spot, and they were able to take down the 3 of the Four Kings, the Kings of Blackout in the map where they are very, very well proficient. And Kyun is now in a pinch to be able to get all those kills, because we know how the defense of Armament right now, especially AJ, that they know it's the Four Kings that they took down, and they will be guarding those dog tags.
And guarding those dog tags, big job out there, but they can't make the mistake that the players of Four Kings made yesterday, over guarding the dog tags until the zone takes them out of the equation. That might just be a GG at the end of the day. But of course, the players on the side of VVV here, this is a team Vici with a very slow approach. Existence right in front of them, but there's no engagement just yet. Just a couple of shots. They know that someone's going to be moving on in for that airdrop right in front that has already been looted up already, but Existence will take anything that they can find in their way to beef up their firepower. And they still remain surviving. ABC Mystic, on the other hand, the Alibaba clan all surviving in here. But 9 kills so far. They are not taking this round slow, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, they are getting all those kills, and I think the snipers as well as the high ground is helping them. I mean, it's already 5 kills for the side of Cello, and we know how good he is on the sniper, and there goes the hit in there against Mad Gunners. Oh, sexy, not sexy anymore as they have been gunned down, but Armament as well as the Mad Gunners are in the battle, and it's a good advantage that ABC can take as a third party.
Pira, what a slide. Manages to miss each and every single one of those shots coming towards him. And Chelop will have to reposition in here. A lot of noise being made up top by the players of ABC. And now one guy just on the drop right above them. Are they going to look up and take the guy out who's moving on in after returning from that revive flight? Or will they not find that kill? Either way, it is the players of Mad Gunners Esports right in front of them. Alongside Crex from the side of Armament, Groucho appears as well. Big Bertha in front. Chaluk makes quick work of that. No quick repositioning will be able to come through from those two teams. But Existence, Debu moving on in. Chaluk manages to get one shot. That hit mark, not enough to get the takedown just yet. But Alibaba Clan Mystics still trying to play a lot of pressure from up top this hill.
And up top, the hill, Sexy is trying to go and disturb them. And there goes Sexy right now, trying to give the chance for Mad Gunners to be able to gun down Armament. And this is a good play for the team of Mad Gunners, because for them to be focused on the kills, against Armament as well as Existence, who jump into the mix. They need to put ABC out from their bag. This
Yeah.
time, going into the BVB against BVB, we'll see which of them will be the strongest. But going for the approach right now, they need to be a little bit too slow, because in a bit, we're going to see, within 12 seconds, we're going to see the movement of the safe zone. If they won't be able to make a good position after that safe zone, that will really hurt, and it will hurt them hard if they won't get a good grip of where to go. But going in right now to a Metaverse who is only getting 4 kills, AJ, it is a struggle for them. So hopefully they'll be able to recover and get the back onto the horse of moving up the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's not so much of a problem right now because clearly MTVS Esports just wants to secure that final circle before they pop off. And I like that. Even though they can take on some of these gunfights, they are avoiding those engagements just so that they can continue surviving and not only make it through to the grand finals, which they most definitely will, but make it there in a dominant fashion. Narosa, good reposition as he backs away from that engagement out of the players of VVV. This is Team Veni now, moving slowly towards them, but Paul and Jess will both get taken down in courtesy of Timothy. Narosa finally returns fire. Is he going to be able to shut down Duda, who is just right behind that airdrop there? Ad now gets caught out by Watts, who repositions, pulls off that left-hand flank, and that left flank is going to be solid for the players of MTVS Esports to continuously shut down all of the VVV players. And now, right up next on the platter to be served up to MTVS might just be CB1, but the players of Mad Esports here, it is going to be sexy with a quick drive by, nobody to shut down just yet. And MTVS Esports very slowly now holding on to this open ground. Just one tree between them and CB1 might be the difference maker later on.
And 1 tree and a set of smokes right now, but it will die down in a few, and I think CB1 will be targeted, and Timothy right now is in there going for the rush, but Rosa taking on Brian's in there on a push, and there's no stopping this team right now, knowing that they have already knocked down one of their members. Oh, Boji Cutie right now is trying to get away, and Metaverse has their own target once again. Now, Boji Cutie is in there in the snowboard, will be gunned down, but it is Timothy from the side in there, and we are left with just one from CB1K.
Yeah, Timothy strikes yet again, but Mad Sexy still holding on to the ATV, zooming around, trying to play the game of survival, but bringing a lot of attention towards him at the very same time. Watts now not waiting for his team member to jump into the car, just quickly brings it away and then blows it up as well because he doesn't want anybody to use it anymore, and that might just be used as a cover later on. To look from afar, Watts might be able to shut down the best sniper on the side of ABC Mystic, but then it is the Mother Nature gameplay from the side of ABC Mystic as he just ducks behind a tree, and that's going to provide him enough cover as well as a safe passage for the little while before they re-engage with Amethyst. Mad Sexy on the other hand, straight in here, hit and run, not possible, and he gets blown up by Rod.
About time. I mean, Mad Sexy in there. It's not too sexy in there, just roaming around with the ATV. But this time, Metaverse is, you are right, AJ. This is them getting the good position, and this is now the last 2 teams right now. And they're going against BBB. And Rob will be gunned down by Timothy. And we are now left with one with the name of Dre right now will be taking out that point, or taking away that point from them. A Metaverse right now ending the game with 13 kills and that #1 spot.
Yeah, awesome stuff, man. And the strategy from Amethyst Esports is super sound, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Anybody that feels like, oh, some of these teams are not getting aggressive in the early games, camping out until they get to those final circles, might not be, the best players or the best teams out there on the battlefield, clearly is the wrong assumption. Amethyst Esports, you need to play that strategy, man. Getting into some of these engagements a little bit too early, you don't know who you're going to catch out there. And you don't know if or not you are going to get wiped out, even if you are a supreme team like Amethyst Esports. Great strategy executed, and they managed to grab a victory for themselves. In fact, they now have got the most number of victories out there, Neptune. 3 to their name.
Yeah, I mean, 3 to their name. And this is the good turnaround for this team. Not only did they get the win, they also got a lot of kills. And you were right, AJ. I mean, most of the teams right there has been starting it off strong with a lot of kills, but is not really surviving towards the end. And it's a good point that Metaverse right now especially jumping into FPP, where and also the blackout map, wherein they know that 4K, the four kings are already dominating it. They're not showing that much aggression because they don't want to be caught off guard. And also, a complete squad of metaphors is like a wall to everyone. They
Yeah.
took that high ground. Anyone goes past them will be taken down, and
Yeah.
that is a good play from Metaverse right now. A good chance for them to really move themselves up as well as represent their team that they can go against the Kings going into the grand finals.
Absolutely, man. And it's not just a matter of finding yourself surviving until the final circle. It is the supreme positioning that the Amethyst players took as well that kind of guaranteed them the victory at the end of the day. Initially,
Mhm.
as they were going in for the shutdown of player after player, where they spotted CB1, especially behind that airdrop, might have been the moment where they could have been punished. But it was
Yeah.
a situation where Amethyst Esports quickly fixed for themselves as they found the high ground once again to maintain that bird's eye view over all of the other teams that were on the approach. Armament, on the other hand, though, in that 7th spot, very impressive this time around with a number of kills, 10 kills to their name. But of course, in terms of placement points, there's nothing much that they get to pull for themselves. Team number 6 here, Team Vici from the VVV clan, a overall 13 kills in that 2nd spot. Quite all right in terms of maintaining that pressure on the Four Kings for that number 1 spot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just curious to see how the battle of Syntax Error as well as Existence Valhalla is going
Yeah.
on, because right now we're seeing just 3 kills from Syntax Error and a placement of a 9. But how are Existence doing right now? Apologies once again for those noises. It is being fixed, as we've seen earlier. It is being fixed right now. But going back, we are curious as to how the top 8 is moving as we get closer to the end of the day, because
Yeah.
AJ, this is most important for some of the teams who have struggled round after round to be able to get points, and also who's trying to cross the bridge.
Yeah.
And that will be to the case of Syntax Error, who've tried a little bit of tactics, but for
Mhm.
this time I think it didn't work.
Yeah, it most definitely didn't. And of course, Four Kings kind of bombing out a little bit too early in here as the players got taken down one after the other earlier on. That's a little unfortunate for the team as well. But looking at the number of kings, looking at the number of kills that they've managed to amass so far in the competition, that can prove to be enough to allow them to sustain that number 1 spot. But they cannot slip up too many times up there,
Mhm.
and all of the other teams obviously will be looking to catch up. The 12th spot, you've got NDD. Let's take a look at the leaderboards a little bit towards the bottom here, from the 13th down to the 16th position. We don't have that info just yet, but I guess it's not important, as we're going to jump straight into the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see exactly what were those plays that caught our attention.
Yeah, it's mostly the approach of ABC Mystic in here, as we have the teams of PBE Sports who went in and trespassed into their new house. And it's also a good play in here by PBE Sports to use these tunnels to trap and bait the team of
Yeah.
ABC Mystic. But unfortunate for them, with the numbers game, ABC Mystic played it tactically
Mhm.
as expected, because they will not be rushing in. One will be used as bait, and as everyone has got the information with those traps as well as the number of person inside that tunnels, then they will be able to rush in and continuing on all throughout their movement into the map. ABC Mystic still dominant in the progression that they're showing
Yeah.
right now, round after round.
Was this the round where we saw the Four Kings split up very early on, Neptune?
Yeah.
GGWP, I guess, in terms of that strategy. But clearly they were trying out something new, bro. I mean, because we have seen consistency from them at Blackout. We have seen exactly
Mhm.
where they drop round after round after round after round in Blackout. But to change that strategy, to bring something new, to split up very early on in the rounds, they were trying something new. But clearly that strategy didn't work. So, but I'm curious, what were they attempting in there though? Because they are already preparing for the grand finals. I mean, I know a lot of the viewers, all of the followers, especially the fans of Four Kings, are a little annoyed that they got shut down a little too early there, because it's such a difference in terms of their performance on all of the other Blackout maps. But you have to understand, At the moment now, it's no longer a play of dominance for the Four Kings. It has now changed over to the play of tactics. What sort of new gameplay can they bring out there on the battlefield to make sure they are ready for the other teams at the day of grand finals? And that's going to be very important, Neptune, because if you're stuck on your dominant ways, thinking that you're already at the top, thinking that you don't really need to go out there and improve your plays anymore, that's exactly when you get caught out. So amazing plays from Four Kings, even though they get taken out early. I like seeing that they're still trying to formulate new strategies out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing for sure as well is Metaverse is on their way up. They have bagged yet another win for this game. And as you mentioned, AJ, they are the ones who have the most win in these matches of the semifinals. And so far, more will be seen from a Metaverse because of the fluke that happened. And I would say fluke because it's a huge mistake that they didn't get their teams prepared with one simple mistake, such as a name change. So that is a fluke wherein they should have been already rolling the ball from the start on. But
That's true.
Because of that, trying to catch up, and they're doing well.
Yeah, they're definitely doing well to recover from the mishap of day number 1. But of course, for all of your kind shares as well as likes on the stream, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, here is the rare wish crate from Garena. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Continue being active in the comment section. I mean, there's so much little toxicity in there today. You guys are having fun. There's a lot of jokes being thrown around as well. Keep that up. Keep supporting your team. And remember, you can support your team without hating on the other teams. Yeah, has anyone told you that before? I'm sure they haven't. But yeah, that's a fact. You can support your team without hating on anybody else. At the end of the day, without the existence of the opponents, you can't be the king.
Yeah.
Without the existence of the other teams out there who make a name for themselves as well, you can't call yourself dominant, because if everybody else is weak and if you are the only one powerful, are you really powerful, bro? Are you really powerful? You got to ask yourself that. You might be, or you might think you are. Quick short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Garena Survivors, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. And I have to correct what I was saying close to the end of the, close to the break earlier on. What I was saying was, if everybody else is weak out there and if you win over them, then that's not really a great victory. Only when you beat the best of the best of the best, then can you say you are the king of kings. So once again, support your team. Don't hate on the rest. Going back to the opener of the show, amazing stuff from all of the teams as usual out there, Neptune. But time is running out for some of them as we now only have 2 final rounds before we see exactly who makes it through to the final.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it is going on the leaderboards right now because it's a strong, a very tight battle
Yeah.
between those stepping on number 8. We saw earlier before the start of the previous match wherein ABC Mystic has already secured their spot, and I
Yeah.
think they keep on securing it with the movement and the placement that they're getting
Yes.
so far all throughout the round. But those below them are mostly very close as well as not performing that much. So
Yeah.
we'll have yet to see how well they have moved and what else they have to do for the remaining 2 rounds of the show.
I do have one advice for any of the teams who are struggling but close to the qualifier to make it through to the grand finals. Camp. Stop fighting camp. Just survive. Play the game of survival. Grab vehicles. Just don't get into gunfights. Get into the final circle. But make sure as you're camping, as you're traveling around, hit those airdrops, man. I mean, make sure you stack yourself up in terms of firepower as well as defense, as well as those airdrops are going to come in super duper handy. But those airdrops are also going to be hot spots. So the approach to all of those airdrops needs to be careful. And as long as they can pull away some good placement points for themselves, grab a couple of good kills in that final circle as well, it is going to do them good overall, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And here we have it. We have the leaderboards right now. And as we look in there, ABC Mystic has just moved up. And the reason why I'm jumping in there, AJ, at the bottom of the list in the first half is because
Wow.
we've already know how much lead
Correct.
the first half has already had in there.
Yeah.
And how the progression of top 8 is moving. But it just caught my attention how ABC Mystic just overtook VVV Esports Veni in there, and not just overtaking them. There's a lot of points against them and getting close to taking out VD at this point. But
Yes, sir.
moving back to our point, it's very, very tight right now between Existence Valhalla, Armament Redzina, as well as CB1 Main right now. So I think the vehicle gameplay of CB1 Main, regardless how annoying it is working, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And, you just have to continue bringing in all of those working strategies, regardless of how it seems out there on the battlefield. And I do second your thoughts on the progress of ABC Mystic. Amazing stuff. And I'm pretty sure they can replace VD as well in that 5th spot before we close off this day, if they can continue doing what they've been doing out there so far. Valiant effort from a team that really could not really put out a lot of firepower on day number 1. But the same can be said for Amethyst Esports, who have now replaced the 13 Academy in the 3rd spot. So once again, valiant effort right there from yet another team that did not show up on day number 1. But as we move on towards the right-hand side of the leaderboard here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, teams like Armament Rodzina, CB1 Main, Syntax Error, Gurkas, they still have a chance. 2 more rounds in here. And of course, as those rounds are available for them, NRX 69 need to find 2 miracle rounds to still stay in the competition, alongside PV Esports Main as well. Mad Gunners Esports, on the other hand, alongside Most Wanted Vindico and NDD Action, I am afraid the run is over, because no matter what they do through the performance so far in the competition, it does not seem like they can achieve anywhere close to 40 or 50 points through the next 2 rounds. I mean, it's close to impossible for them to pull something like that off, Neptune.
Yeah, it's not that big because they don't have what it takes, because they were able to step into the semifinals already, and we've pointed out how grueling it is to be able to step into semifinals. How many days they have to battling on against a lot of teams, and stepping in here on this 16, like the top 16 spot, going in semifinals. and or bracket 1, it is already an achievement for them. But to go against teams just like what we mentioned earlier, it is very very difficult for them to be able to catch up if they keep doing what they're doing. But still, it's a learning experience for these teams that they can carry over to the other tournaments that they are going into.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And there might just be a hot drop coming through once again here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's going to be the aerial platform play, and PvE Sportsmain are heading in there quickly. And I will not be surprised if we find NRX69 together with them as well, because I did not manage to spot the team that is right below them.
Yeah, I think it is still a battle of the platform for PBE Sports and NRX69. Team I might have just been below them, and there we have it. We have PBE Sports on our sites, but nowhere to be found. Oh, it is NDD right now, but I think they have been taken down already. 3 dog tags into the platform, and 1 has stepped into the dock right now just to get away, and not a good deal for NDD right now. Flipix is in there just hanging back under the water, trying to move in, but it might not be enough for them to go in or take those kills, because we have Flipix right now being gunned down, and there you have it, a quick elimination by PvE Sports, taking down NDD in this game. And I'm curious, AJ, as to where NRX69 just jumped in, because I must have missed my eye in there as to where they dropped.
Yeah, I don't think it matters where they dropped. What's important is we did not see the same mistake from NRX69, and I'm happy instantaneously because they have chosen to drop somewhere else other than the readily available aerial platform. I would have been thoroughly disappointed with NRX69 if they had pulled off that maneuver. But of course, let's focus a little bit here onto Syntax Error as they try to get away from existence, as Yanara manages to catch Bri off. Backstab is solid. Zavi now trying to run away, but Bertogo will not be able to get that slice with the M4 LMG spray. But the players of Existence now, they have got their grounds to cover, as Existence Yanara will continue to catch off players. Hades has been dropped by Devu as well, and little by little, Syntax Error sees the error all over their screen as they drop out of this competition. But there will be one final player left in the mix here who can keep their hopes and dreams alive.
Yeah, I mean, this might have been an attempt by Syntax Error to take out Existence earlier on, because we all know that Diner is the spot where Existence usually drops off. But this attempt is, I would say, a little bit too late, because the number of times that Existence has already dropped in this area, they know the rotations already, they know the terrain already to be able to go against anyone who will challenge that. And Syntax Error, I would say that will be an error to their part.
And it is Most Wanted as well in here for the game of survival as they move on through to find a better compound for themselves. They are traveling out in the open, not even approaching to pick up any one of these vehicles. As you can see, Mashu just walking right past that ATV. But now they trigger the signal at this upgrade terminal, and that might just call forth a few engagements for them, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But a quick upgrade picked up here by their players, except Ives, as he now flies on through. The players of Most Wanted will be able to take on a strong engagement in a little bit, but they have to continue this sort of a pace. They also have to hit those airdrops that we talked about, Neptune.
Yeah. And this is a usual move that we've seen from Most Wanted. They start off from standoff, move their way into the dock, and that gives them a lot more of loot and equipment for their side. Also, with the waters on the docks, keeping them away from anyone backstabbing. So it's pretty much one on the wall behind them, which is the waters, and then an open spot in front of them. But going in here on the chopper run by the VVV, and this is VVV Benny right now, who is just going in for the chase, or probably looking for opponents right now, who has also a chance to go and pick up those airdrops. And you mentioned already how the airdrops makes a huge difference when it comes to gunfight, but I think gunfight might be happening as they might have spotted TB1, or probably not.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, all of these players now, as they find their spots out there on the battlefield, he will be able to show you once again the updated leaderboards for the day. Yesterday, ABC Mystic were impressive. Today, they are even more impressive as the best performing team of the day. So far, at least, from the past 4 rounds. 2 more rounds for ABC Mystic to continuously prove themselves, and Amethyst Esports as well. Once again, these two teams did not show up at all on day number 1. I mean, they showed up, but they showed up badly, and they couldn't really pick up many points. But day number 2 and 3 has truly belonged to these two teams. But the 4 Kings still hanging on in there as well, trying to make sure that they do not have a chance to catch up. And it is great to see that the 4 Kings bring in the consistency that we always ask for now.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how well these teams will be able to be consistent. But this time, PvE Sports will be gunned down and will be eliminated by Most Wanted. And that is one reason, AJ, why we put an emphasis on the drop points as well as rotation, because teams who have specific drop points as well as specific rotation knows the terrain very well. Any surprises coming into them might, I would say, change it, but it's more of a chance of those who are familiar compared to the newcomers. And that is what's happening for Most Wanted right now. They are well familiar of how they will approach anyone against them, and as they move in together with the safe zone, hopefully they'll be able to catch up as well as to get a good position. But this time we're back to VVV against CB1, and I think CB1 has been spotted already and will be hunted right now.
Amazing stuff, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But now CB1 has to be careful with the approach here, as the players of Team VVV slowly enroach their compound. Team VG just waiting, as they know the players are in there. Information being passed on by Indra. Ray not moving at all. Indra with the bird's eye view. Might be caught out here. Bryans might be able to spot him, but Bryans doesn't look up, my friend. You need to look up on the roof. Doisu, Mamat, all very slowly moving towards the players of VVV. This is the flank. This is the flank. Aindra needs to call the play right now, but they missed the opportunity, and Bryans is already away from all of that compound. He might just be able to flank around now if VVV pulls this attack.
I love the position of VVV right now. They're all
13
spread
Academy
out.
and 4 Kings. We gotta move. We gotta move, production. We gotta move.
Yeah, we have a battle that's happening against 4 Kings and 13
Let's
Academy.
go!
Oh, but there goes the start of the match between these two teams. A turnaround and an exchange. But let's see how well will this go. The draft will be triggered. Sekra right now will be able to gun down Mamart right now to pick up against a flank. But there goes the battle this day, AJ.
Absolutely, as Amethyst Esports hops into the battle as well. The 4 Kings. Tokyo running out of time, but Alatsky says, bye-bye, bro. I'll catch you in a little bit, as he repositions himself. It will be Narosa. Just a little bit of more damage that he can bring on here to the players of 4 Kings. Timothy cannot get caught out anymore, as Alatsky backs away from all of that engagement. Fright right back into the mix from the revival flight. But look at Timothy. He sees him flying in. Roll for the attack as well. Fright, can he survive this? It's a 1v2, and Amethyst Esports are on the attack.
And here comes Timothy right now going in for the push, but the flight is on by Fright, and here comes the rush. Oh, Fright going in zigzag all around in there, trying to
what?
only the MW11 in hand, but finally being gunned down by Timothy. And on the other side, Kyun has been taken down. Now we still have to see who is that surviving member of the 4K. If I'm not mistaken, that is Alatsky. But Alatsky going in 1v1, a great one, and then Rosa will be taken down with a Jack 12.
I think you meant Alatsky is the great one there, Neptune. This guy is just absolutely formidable. Smoke bomb now has been popped off. Can he now take down that Chopper as well? Chopper lit up by Watts as well as Timothy. They now drop by for that action. Alatsky backs away with the snowboard, and he repositions instantaneously. Watts cannot catch him just yet. Big Bertha will not be used, but Watts has got no armor on himself whatsoever, but he wants that fight with Alatsky. And as I say that, Watts is like, wait a minute, and he backs away. Alatsky gets a little bit of extra time, and he can finally recover a little bit of his armor now, as he is all alone. But time is running out for the rest of his team members. He needs to make a play for those dog tags, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, Alaska in there, I haven't seen anyone go quickly on that escape. I mean, Alaska was just in there next to Watts, and then later on he was just zooming in there out in the open and moving in on the flank from Nuke Plant to where their team has been taken down. This is a smart move from Alaska right now, and we know how well he navigates all throughout the map, but this is isolated. So positions of the teams or the other teams as well as the compound are close together. So hopefully he'll be able to find a safe path towards them. But on the other side, we have NRX69 going against Armament, and Remy was able to take down Groucho in this battle.
Yep, NRX69. Kalu now solo as he pushes in, but the rest of his team members backing him up. Boye might be caught out here. Kalu needs to continue his flank from the right-hand side. Boye has been caught now, and as Boye goes in for the attack on the another player on the side of NRX69, the advantage is taken by Kalu. Hate goes in for the shutdown. Yanara and Debu out of the equation, and the players of Armament are running away as quickly as their feet can take them. And NRX69, they command the top of the hill, but they have lost sight of the players of Armament thanks to all of those good smokes plays on that defense. But Boye down onto the ground. Armor, they have to recover this situation now as Krex flies away a little bit further for the defense. Remy trying to keep the distance short between all of those players. That Ninja just covering ground a little bit faster, and it will be Groucho that spotted out, but Remy still hasn't been able to take advantage because Armament, just in the same way Alatsky repositioned and got away, Armament does the exact same thing, man. A lot of quick getaways today, but Alatsky, he gets away from the players of Amethyst. All 4 players on the chase now.
Oh, here we go. We have a Remy in there going for Groucho. And when we thought that the double back of Groucho will be able to save him, he will be gunned down. Now, Ken is the only one remaining in this team of Armament, Rodzina, and he needs to move far, far, far away from NRX69. Now, 2 kills already for NRX69, and another team will be moving to this area. Now, how well will they be able to go against one of the team of BVV? This is Venny that we're talking about, and with those gunshots, I think they will be getting in position to be able to look out as to where the other teams are. But going back to a Metaverse right now, they're going against 2 teams in here, Most Wanted as well as BVE Sports, and there's no slowing them down.
Oh, absolutely, man. And Doom just getting away with a sliver of health. Can turn things around against Narosa, but what? Narosa just turns around and eats Doom up. Doom did not take advantage of that lag at all. And Narosa, none on that armor, but he will not have an issue with that at all as Amethyst Esports very quickly take over that situation. And now still chasing down Alatsky. They have got an eye out for the 4 Kings. And it may just seem that Alatsky has run out of time to bring the rest of his team members back in here for the play.
Yeah, I mean, having 4 members of a Metaverse really will lose your time in there trying to avoid them. We've seen a Metaverse go in for the hunt as well, but given that position that they were able to get and take down 2 teams but still continue on the chase against Alatsky is very, very impressive for a Metaverse right now. And this time, I think the Metaverse has been pulled into a lot of teams who is battling it out on this area, AJ. That's BVB on the top, as well as a different team. That is Team H right now. That is Armament Rodzina as well into the mix. So we'll have to see. That is already on heat, and all these teams need to get a good position to be able to go against everyone surrounding them.
Yeah, man. You know, earlier on, as it was seeming to be a situation where the players of 4 Kings were quickly taking over the dominant part of the fight between themselves as well as 13 Academy, Amethyst Esports just appeared out of nowhere and took control of that situation. Amazing plays by Amethyst, and they've just been on the hunt for Alatsky since then. But Alatsky, as he continued to reposition himself over and over again, just was not caught out. But wait a minute, I just think I saw 2 icons of the players of 4 Kings. It looks like it was a bug, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Alatsky might have just done the impossible. Yes, they are back! The whole of 4 Kings might just be able to get their revenge, Neptune!
They're still not down just yet. Yeah, I mean, that was quite surprising there. Seeing before we switch out of Alatsky, there was a flight icon in there from the team. So they are back. The Kings are back right now. And we're not talking about Blackout. We're talking about Isolated. And they are surviving in there with the top 10 who are left. Now, Mr. Flex right now is in here together with BBB. And this might be the chance for them to be able to catch up on the point. They have been showing great strides so far. 3 kills in their name. And also the movement has been very, very good for the team. But there goes the takedown. BBB right now has got a good position from above, and Mr. Flex just needs to back out. Oh, Kalu as well as Casey Bone will be taken down, but it is now Paul in.
Aye!
Oh my goodness! NRX69 is back and on a roll. 6 kills to their team and a chance to bring back the rest of the teams out there.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Remy as well as Kalu, their dog tags all picked up already. Flex as well as Casey Bone. I don't know. Was that the final revive flight already off, Neptune?
Oh, we're still into our way to our number 5, so I don't think so. I don't think that's the final.
Yeah, we do apologize for a little bit of bug on the screen that you guys are seeing, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but it should be NRX69 still for the solid play. And Amethyst Esports, Nerosa now finds Sprite once again, and this is a fighting encounter. Nerosa, he goes ahead and finds his own team member as the players of Amethyst Esports continue hunting down for the 4 Kings. They do not want to let this go, and it will be quite an epic moment if Amethyst Esports ends up finishing things off only to meet the 4 Kings once again in the final zone. Let's see if or not a little bit of revenge play can come through, but Alatsky taking on 4 players on the side of Armament finds out that it's not the greatest of idea. Kyun, final player left on the side of 4 Kings right now with only 5 kills on their side. Kyun does not look like he's super confident.
Yeah, I mean, for this side of the 4 Kings, they have failed several times already on approach on, especially with a metaverse in there. So I would advise Kyun just to camp out just for this game, because it will be very difficult if they will be taken out, losing the points, the placement point that they need, and they already have a few kills in their name. So if they will be able to make it to at least top 3, it's still a good stride for them. But going in onto this part, this metaverse, who are still getting all those kills, 4-man strong with 16 to their team.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Now Amethyst Esports truly popping off in this round. 16 kills to their name. They just want to make sure they become the kings of isolated instead. Let's see if they can pull that off, because there is one team from afar. They can change things around for the worse for the Amethyst players, because what's on top of the roof can be taken down by ABC. Chulup, who does have the higher ground, but Watts, as he continues to reposition himself, will make it tough for the players of ABC to find him with those shots. And no Crosshair will be able to find Watts just yet, as he finds all of the other players. Joel trying to survive, but Watts drops him down easily, and it will just be shutdown after shutdown for the side of Amethyst Esports. 9 kills so far. These boys aren't slowing down at all.
No slowing down at all, and they have in front of them a few more teams. That is from Team F, and that is from Vici. We also have another team of ABC Mystic, who is slowly moving down from the high ground, but I don't think they'll be letting that go. But knowing Watts with how keen his eye is, I think he'll already have a view of them, and it's just confirming if this is a different team. And there you have it. We have Watts right now in here. Possibility, a probability of a backstab. And here comes a rush by the team, but there goes ABC Mystic going in.
Prime!
That escape, and the push is on. AMB is just going in for those kills. This is the Rosa right now, already with 8 kills, and there are just 1 left from ABC. A surprise hit for the Mystics right there.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And as usual, ABC Mystic just holding on to the best position of them all, but they will be pushed out by the one and only dominant Amethyst Esports, who readily take over the control of this map. And now VVV, this is a Team Vici. They back away towards the left-hand side of the map, and ABC Mystic just keeping the pressure on Amethyst. Chalup still alive and kicking, trying to see if we can find a kill or 2 off of those players, whereas VVV, they stay away from all of those battles. 17 players still alive and kicking out there on the battlefield, and VVV want to be the final 4.
And I think Chalup has been taken down already. It has brought us down to 5 teams. And here comes Rosa going for the rush. And Watts will be taking down Black right now. Now, NR69, who has done impressive so far, will be dying out of the zone. We're now left with 3 teams. And Rosa jumping out in the open, out of nowhere, seeing Mamart of CB1 and chasing him outside of the safe zone. There we have it. We've seen the Hunter going in for the hunt, and there are no stopping them right now, AJ.
30 kills so far. What did Amethyst Esports suddenly pop into their mouths, ladies ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because they are just soaring with energy. And the 31st kill is taken as well as Amethyst Esports take over that #1 spot for the day for the team that picks up the most number of points. 41 points grabbed in this final fight.
It's good enough to be able to take the win, but getting 31 points in one game, I think that I've already beaten the 28 points that has been secured by the Four Kings in the blackout. And this is the dominance that we ask for, that we are asking from a metaverse, and this is what they're showing right now. And it's no surprise that by the following round, they will be also showing the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Not the final round, ladies and gentlemen, boys, because we've got one final one in here. Mustachio, you're just getting a little happy a little too early, right? Because the players of MYSG, the one and only ABC Mystic, they have got one more round to maybe pull back the crown because they were the best team of the day. And Amethyst Esports, they just weren't having any of that. 41 points. I believe that is the most number of points a team has picked off of an isolated. I do not think anybody has managed to achieve that. Amethyst Esports, these guys just came out of nowhere and quickly took control of the situation, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, and this is what we are asking for. I mean, apart from them going in for the win that we've seen already, the number of kills that we like to see from this team, and it's not just from Nerosa, as we can see. 10 from Nerosa, 7 from Watts, 6 from Rald, and 8 from Timothy. And this is the dominance of this team, all spread out, all 4 members. But, I mean, a metaverse is back. That's the only thing. I'm speechless on what we've seen, and all I can say is a metaverse is back in play.
I don't even know how they did that, man. They were just hunting down every single team out there, back to back to back to back. And one of the first few teams that they did start hunting down first was the Four Kings. And when they realized that it was the Four Kings that were in front of them, you saw the ruthless side of Amethyst Esports. They did not want to stop. They kept up that pressure. They made sure that Alatsky could not find a room to hide in. But Alatsky, through all of those chases, cat and mouse gameplay, still managed to pull back the 3 dog tags, still managed to bring back the rest of his team members. But of course, it was just a little bit too late because as the players flew right back into the play, Amethyst Esports were right on it once again as they found those kills back to back to back. And it was Armament, I believe, or Existence, one of the two that put the final bullet into Alatsky to put him out of play. If Alatsky was still alive and kicking, perhaps there might have been another comeback available, but that was about it for the Four Kings. But my focus is on the achievement of Amethyst Esports because with this victory, does it mean that they snatch away that #1 spot? Because the Four Kings didn't really do all that well now.
Yeah, I mean, and with switching into isolated and then a metaverse going in, increasing their points as well as the kills that they get in isolated, it's right flipping the table against the Four Kings. And if in case they will be able to maintain this going against the Four Kings in the blackout, that will definitely be a yes for your question, AJ.
Yeah.
But one thing that I'd like to point out as well is how the Mad Hatters in here has been taking our advice of getting tactical as well as getting the placement that has been thrown out, not just for those in bottom half, but those who are chasing in the top 8. And I mean, it's quite a good thing that we're seeing the Mad Gunners not really giving up on their way to the points, trying to catch up onto that #1 spot on each round and putting up a little more points in them, making or showing us that they're not just out just yet.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Not just them, right? CB1 as well. CB1, a team that is struggling, but also a team that has got an opportunity to make it into the top 8. We talked about how they should be dropping all of those challenges in terms of gunfight and focusing on the placements like you have mentioned already, Neptune.
Yeah.
And it's amazing to see them listen and play those strategies because clearly it's going to help them. And I will not be surprised if CB1 main with that performance has managed to sneak into the top 8 because they did not need all that too many points. They needed all of those precious placement points that they could get, and they got exactly what they wanted. Amazing stuff. Love seeing it out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, there was three teams in there just chasing each other onto the top
Mm,
eight, and it's a good thing that these teams are showing us a different side of their team, a
yeah,
different side wherein they will not be taken down that easily. They will take it tactically, move in as a placement, especially if in case they are not doing well going against the kills. But
yeah,
it's the progression of these teams slowly moving in, and then after they secure that number 8 spot, rewrite all their playbook if it needs to, and then will be able to show up on the grand finals. The underdogs are the underdogs from the semifinals are the ones that I like to see on the top spot on the grand finals. And that's what we want to see right now, how they progress all throughout.
and of course, at the end of this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you guys will be able to witness one final showdown between all of them. And it is most definitely going to be the most important fight for the teams who are between the, I have to say, seventh down to the 11th position, because they
Mhm.
are the ones earlier on that we saw who were so close to each other. And ABC Mystic, they're not part of that mix anymore because they've managed to pull away from the rest of the herd, and they, I believe now, are so close to even replacing Team Vidi in their positioning. Earlier on, we did see them take over Veni, and it's just an amazing stance from the ABC clan altogether, right? Because the players of ABC Mystic, once again, they got called out, and they got called out seriously on the day number 2, even on the day number 1, as they did not perform at all. But they find their way back through by playing the right strategies in here. Amazing stuff to witness out there, because it's not just the engagements that we want to see, but it is the strategy that is fixed each and every day, that is strengthened each and every day that we want to see. And the improvement out of these teams is fantastic to witness.
Yeah, definitely a lot of improvement from ABC Mystic, and we're just hoping. We're just hoping that a lot more of improvements will be shown by teams, especially those who are close. We pointed out CB1 Main, who was able to get top three, and I'm just wondering. This is we're jumping in after this. We're jumping in onto blackout, and having the four kings in there just limit
Yeah.
the chance for them to go and take a lot of points. So,
Yep.
how early can Four Kings be taken down for it to be fair for everyone else? That is one of the wish that I have, AJ, for
Yeah.
this
Oh,
for
yeah.
this game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. Now, we do apologize for showing you our desktop screen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but sometimes we need to show you how clean a desktop screen should be. Because I know most of you have got terribly messy desktop screens, just like
Ah,
mine. I throw everything onto my desktop, man. Unlike Neptune arranges into folder after folder after folder. Super neat guy he is. But one final round in here for the day, still awaiting all of us. And that is going to be one crazy showdown. We will share with you guys the leaderboards when we get back from the break later on. And you guys will see exactly what we noticed. And that is the fight towards that, I think, 8th all the way down to the 11th spot, just a little bit too tight. But to thank you for all of your support for this broadcast with those likes and shares that you guys have been putting out there today. Thank you very, very much, guys. Here is your Rare Wish Grade.
yeah, rare wish crate that needs to be redeemed right away, guys. This is limited per se. So for those limited actually, not per se, but this is limited. So for those of you who are in here asking why it has been already not, why couldn't you redeem it? It's because there's only a limited number of people who can get it. So for those of
Yeah,
you who are in here seeing it right now, you can get it before sharing. And hopefully those you shared it to will be able to get it as well. If
yeah.
not, at least you got it first.
Absolutely, man. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it has been an absolute pleasure bringing you guys all of this action. I think, the whole story that we are painting out here is just so easy to put together because of the consistency that a lot of these teams are helping bring out there. And also, it's it's fantastic to see them, or to see them listen to some of the call outs and just go in there for those amazing improvements, those amazing adjustments round after round. And I cannot wait to see exactly what CB1 Main has been able to achieve by playing the safer game. As you guys say, they might have been camping. That's exactly what I wanted to see out of them. We'll see how far it brought them. A quick short break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Garena Survivors semifinals, day number 3. This is Group 1 that we're watching right now, and at your service in the casting desk, I am Neptune the Gem Garcia, together with the amazing Mustachio AJ. We now move to the last round of the day, the game that will be the nail of the coffin for those who will not be able to make it the top 8, as
Yeah.
well as the steps to those who are teams who have already worked hard, AJ, to be more visible from the horizon. And the question is, who will they be by the end of this day?
Yeah, absolutely, man. The top 8 will move on. The bottom 8, unfortunately, this is the end of the road for them. They played in here, and all they could have played for was for pride, because only the top 16 teams of the competition have the right to put their hands on that pie. The size of that pie that they get to enjoy for their squad depends on their performance. But the important thing here is the top 16 have got a piece of that 25,000 US dollars. Like you've said, Neptune, there's what, 1.2 million pesos? That's 100,000 ringgit. A lot of money on the line here in play.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a lot. And if we look at number 1 spot, that's half a million already. But for those
Yeah.
who are gunning in for 16, well, I don't think anyone will be gunning in for 16 spot, but they will be getting at least 13,000 pesos in
Yeah.
there. But that's still a good play for them to
Yes.
be able to get some piece of the pie, as you mentioned,
Yes.
AJ, to be able as well to prove to everyone else that the team was able to get against or go in against top teams, just like we've seen so far for the past 3 days.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I mean, in the past, it was just what, the top 3 manages to get a little bit of the 2K prize pool along with some CP, and then the rest of them just got some, constellation CP. It's not the
Mhm.
case anymore. And by the way, Amethyst Esports, with their victory, their dominant victory, I have to say,
Wow.
has now managed to continue to lead the number of wins in the competition for Group A, and also find that second spot. So close now to the Four Kings, but the Four Kings could not execute that revenge earlier on. They might stand a chance to do that in the next round. And I believe it might just be their play. But if anything Amethyst Esports can do to stop it, I know they will be looking to do exactly that. Because after their dominant performance, the last thing Amethyst Esports would want to do is to immediately drop in terms of pressure that they play against the Four Kings in their race to snatch away that number 1 spot. And remember what we talked about, Neptune. The
Mhm.
fact that Four Kings not picking up enough placement points might catch up with them. I think it's finally happening even before we get to the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the only thing that's missing for the dominance of the Four Kings, the placement point, and this is a combination of both blackout and isolated, and they really
Yeah,
need to work out their placement, not just the kills on isolated map, thus they giving them a more chance as they move into the grand finals. But
yeah,
speaking of those have with a chance to move into the grand finals, looking at the bottom of the list, AJ, we're seeing Existence Valhalla in there crossing the line onto top number 8, and we have against them is CB1 main on number 9, though it is a tied points for them, but due to
mhm,
technicalities, it is Existence Valhalla who was
yeah.
able to get that number 8 spot.
Yes, sir. Existence Valhalla managing to jump on up to that 8th place instead of CB1 main. And, CB1 main has gotten closer and closer and closer. Remember what we were talking about? The
Mhm.
game of survival, being campers to survive to make it through to the grand finals. That was the strategy employed this time around by CB1 main, and it has managed to help them climb up the leaderboard just a little bit more. Can they maintain that? Can they get yet another round just like that? Better than Existence Valhalla, that might just be the winning factor for CB1 main. But of course, from what we know, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is the kill points that will, be taking, sorry, it's the placement points advantage that will be hitting you that 1 spot higher, that advantage in terms of the tiebreakers here. From what we can see, as Existence Valhalla manages to pick up 35 points in comparison to the 30 points that CB1 main has. So in that manner, it is still going to be helpful for CB1 main to focus on those placement points, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about so much of the balance of kill points and placement, and a
Yeah.
lot of teams has proven that they are dominant because of the kill points they can do. But right now, during the final stretch of this tournament of the semifinals, we are seeing the importance of the placement point. So hopefully they will be able to balance it out on the kill points and placement point. But here comes round number 6, the final round of today, and we're going to see as to which of the teams will be able to get their place on the top 8, as well as correct all the mistakes that they've done so far from the previous round that they went into.
See what they can pull off in here now, as a hot drop will still be executed by PV Esports main, and they come across the players of ABC Mystic. Jalope drops Astra down onto the ground, and it looks like PV Esports will continue to struggle in the competition, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and using them as a platform to launch themselves up. Here comes ABC Mystic. Doom now getting shut down. Those shots will tag him up. He loses all of the armor that he has on himself, and Jalope catches off, then cuts his runaway path, and Doom is doomed in that corner. Grim as well as Abu, final 2 players on the side for PvE Sports. Can they make their way around and survive whilst they wait for Asta to make his way right back in here, as well as the retrieval of the dog tag that's going to be so important. But as you can see, all that these 2 players can do now is run away as quickly as they can from the players of ABC Mystic.
Yeah, we talked about how PBE Sports just went into the house of ABC Mystic, and they've done the same thing once again. Thus, a chance for them to lose out of their of movement into the points. And ABC Mystic went in for this. Oh, there goes the takedown. Abu has been taken down, but Grim was able to get back against Rogue, and we'll have to see. We'll have to see if us or if Grim will be able to survive this. And there you go. We have a Chelop right now finishing them off. And once again, ABC Mystic dominates this Nuketown Island, and this is their house. This is their new house after they moved out of construction site. And no one should be challenging a team like ABC Mystic. We've seen the progression that they've done already all throughout, not just Blackout, but also Isolated. And see, I mean, PvE Sports, it's very very long stretch for them to go against a team. A lot of points can be taken, a lot of drop zones can be taken from this map, not just the ones that have already been taken.
VVP now plays of survival, but it will be T-Men just beyond them. NDD Action. NDD hasn't been performing all that too well in the competition so far. We started off the day with them sitting down at the very bottom, and they haven't really been able to find their way out of that misery just yet. And not a lot of pressure we can place on them, ladies and gentlemen, because it is what it is. Sometimes you hop into a competition and you find that the competition is just a little bit too tough. But what we want to see is the improvement from NDD the next time they hop on into battle. But to make it up to the top 32 is most definitely a great achievement, to say, Nephew.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great achievement already. I mean, I don't want to be a broken record telling people how grueling it is to step into this plate. We're in the top 32 as already in, but it's already an achievement from them to be able to battle on a triple S class tournament just like this. Now, Most Wanted as well is, I would say, has done good on the early parts of the tournament, but so far, regardless of the performance of Mashu, it still depends on the rest of the team to be able to improve slowly. So a lot more has been put at stake in here, as well as a lot of expectation has been set in other tournaments moving forward after this one.
Disengages, but Amateurs Esports, they seem to find the players of Syntax error. Syntax with the first strike now, as they managed to drop that player, and they also find an opportunity out there. It's all right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because we do not see further engagements coming back through. So Amateurs Esports isn't going to be all that pressure.
And we will have to see how the Four Kings will be able to defend their number one spot in here against teams of VBV as a risk to be taken down just in case CB1 main and Existence Valhalla will be popping up. It's VVV Esports Benny, who is not that far but not too close as well, but just in case there's a good chance for CB1 main or Existence Valhalla to get a lot of placement or good placement as well as a lot of kills, and they might be kicked out in there, but it still have yet to be seen, AJ.
Yeah, but Pipix finds Mad sexy. Awesome shot coming through. And it will be Lacrima who flies up into the air. 8 more HP left, and Lacrima manages to play the game of survival. And then he pops the smoke out as well to help the rest of his team members as he continues to reposition himself. Lacrima finally will be able to recover some of his armor and jumps straight back in for the fight. Might be able to catch the backstab onto Supremo as he moves on through Lacrima. But Supremo turns around, but as he does, Lacrima manages to find that headshot, gets that kill. Pira, on the other hand, will have to deal with Flipix with a great takedown, but it will still be the player on the side of Mad. Lacrima with the advantage as he can spot out Flipix, does manage to take a couple of shots only to break his armor, but nothing more. Flipix still standing, will finally finish off Pira and aim for Lacrima next.
Lacrima will be moving away from this mix because it's a 1v3 situation, and NVD right now, regardless of their placement on leaderboard, is a little bit difficult to go into because most of the teams right now, especially on the last part of the game, they have no fear already, knowing that they will not be able to go out in there, and there's no pressure on crossing number 8. So what they can do right now is they can just bother everyone else trying to catch up onto the points, and that is what they're doing with no fear. There are no pressure from them, and they are doing well. And it's often to see that, AJ, from teams who are at the bottom of the mix.
Esports at the very top, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on your left-hand side. But it will be the 13 Academy now with an engagement against the very 4 Kings. And as Alatsky moves in for battle, Tom Peeps is right in front of him alongside Glad. The 13 Academy reposition. They do not want to fight the 4 Kings just yet, but I don't think the 4 Kings wants to give them a choice. Alatsky straight for the push, might be able to find the 2 players. He does spot them, Lint out in the open, but Glad is together with them. It's a 2v1 and Alatsky makes that mistake and Glad eats him up.
And I'm just wondering, where is Fright right now? Because usually it's a combination of Alatsky and Fright who goes in for the chase, and Fright has been left behind. And that is the risk as well of the aggressiveness that is being shown by 4K, especially in the name of Alatsky. But Fright right now is in here trying to get those dog tags, but it's being cut down by 13 Academy.
But now there's some shots coming through from the back as well as 13 Academy Glad repositions himself. Kyun, he pulls out his snipe and he finds those players on the side of 13 Academy in his crosshairs. But it will be the dog tag gatekeep from the 13 Academy in terms of strategy. A flank down needs to be executed by Kyun, but they do not have a vehicle. They do not have the opportunity to reposition. But look at the reposition coming through from the players of 13 Academy. Lint now just peeking out, and he will play the sniper against Kyun, trying to take him out of the equation. But Mother Nature will save Kyun's life as he ducks behind that tree and repositions. Tokyo coming in, aggressive play for the dog tag pickup. What a play! And he rewinds, and he resets, and he gets the dog tag away from the players of 13 Academy. It is the one and only Tokyo with that standout performance.
And we've seen a lot of great performance from Tokyo with the rewind class. Remember that moment when he got away or tried to get away from ABC Mystic? That is purely a highlight of his own. And this is another one for this team. And the combination of those team, I mean, the composition of the team, like Tokyo, Fright, Kyun, and Alatsky really brings in as to why they are the kings of Blackout. But we'll have to see how well will they be able to do it in this game. They are still in a battle for top, or trying to defend the top place against AMV. So a meetup between these two will really give us a good picture as to who really is the top of this first half of the semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, for anyone who's wondering exactly how do you use the rewind class, that's exactly how you do it, because that's one of the best support classes, if you ask me, as long as you know how to pull it off. Sometimes if you bring in the rewind class, but you don't use it properly, it just turns out to be an absolute waste of opportunity. You know, some of those players, they use it, especially for the dog tag retrieval or even for the approaches towards the airdrop, where you have one player in a lobby like this, and you know the airdrops are going to be high contended spots. So you want to send in your rewind class. You want to send in that player for him to scout out the area first, because if at all there is danger, quickly resets and he backs away from that engagement. But if he doesn't, he gets to clear out that area first and obviously get that information passed back so that that airdrop can be open for the rest of the team members. A lot of ways how the rewind can be used to make sure your team is dominant out there on the battlefield. And this is a masterclass by Tokyo himself all throughout Group A's performance in the competition so far.
That is correct, and it requires a lot of practice, because the timing that that is required to be able to get to one point on and using that rewind class to get back to it. Now the battle is still not yet over from the 4 Kings and 13 Academy. They're still in there putting some pressure onto 13 Academy, but 13 Academy is not being faced just yet. But what I'm fearing right now for the side of for these 2 teams is, with the gunshots they are doing, they will be attracting a lot more of teams, and how well will they be able to go against them if they can even put down one?
Absolutely, man. And Tokyo now finds Storm Thieves. They keep getting that pressure placed on the 13 Academy players. They want this shutdown, and they know that 13 Academy is slowly creeping up on them to take their position away, and they do not want to allow that to happen. And 4 Kings, they will continue to try to shut down all of these big squads. Fright, with 2 HP left, manages to take Glad out of the equation. That was just a little too close for comfort there, Fright.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Fright is in there, giving the fright at the moment, and we'll have to see how well will they still get those kills. I'm quite surprised, AJ. We're now down to 11 teams already. The focus has been set to those of the top teams, and I like to see how well the others are catching up. Now, VVV is on our sites right now, going against another team of VVV, and we mentioned we're in Benny is in one of the chance to be pushed down. So I'm just hoping that they will not be going in there the bottom or probably push out of number 8. Now, on the other side, we have CB1 going against Syntax Error, and who gets to win that will might change placement of CB1 main into the leaderboard.
Pull this off, man. And as Alibaba Clan Mystic aim for Mamad. Mamad gets tagged up in the air as he goes in here for a flight. And speaking of flight, we rarely see the airborne classes being used these days, man. I mean, in the past, it just used to be the supreme way to reposition yourself to get better placements. But with the pace of matchups in all of these lobbies, it just doesn't seem to be a viable class to be used anymore. Whereas all of the other players, they just find ways to maneuver around with the vehicles and all. Fright manages to find NRX69, but Tokyo and Kyun both taken down by Flippix and that God cluster grenade placed on their heads, and it is all gonna be in the hands of Fright now. One dog tag has been retrieved, but Flippix will take Tokyo out of the equation as well. Amazing plays, and the 4 Kings are out of the run.
And this will be a game changer for the side of a Metaverse, if in case they're still alive. I haven't seen them just yet, but they will be able to overtake the reign of the 4 Kings right now. And that was with the help of NDD. But we had a glimpse earlier of the next safe zone is in this Nuketown Island, a very small island in the southwest of our blackout map. And with that, it's out in the open. I mean, compared to the deserts, it only has a few compounds, but it's not a good cover for everyone. But going back to the point of 4K being taken down in here, in this map, the blackout map, they are slowing down. They are slowing down right now, and or probably the rest of the teams are just moving up because this is the last game.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Awesome stuff coming through from 4 Kings, and a highlight play by Tokyo earlier on. The rewind is all we have to hold on to for this matchup, which only means Amateurs Esports now can replace 4 Kings as the players who hold on to that #1 spot before we close off the semifinals for Group A. How crazy is that statement, Neptune? A team that barely showed up on day number 1 with the 2 days of play, yesterday and today, are capable of taking away the number 1 spot. But this is something that we most definitely saw coming because the 4 Kings weren't being super consistent on isolated, and they also couldn't maintain their supreme dominance on Blackout match after match after match. And that just had to be taken advantage of. And Amethyst Esports is the squad to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that the performance of Four Kings has dwindled, and it's a huge drop, especially from how much we've expected after ending day number 1. A lot of kills from them, especially on Blackout map, being dubbed as the kings of Blackout. And they are performing, but not that to the point wherein they are beating their record. And that's one thing about performing that well in the start, AJ, because once the expectation has been set, everyone is just waiting for you to move up and up and up. And
Correct.
every time you move down even a little bit, that's already a downside for
Oh,
you.
GG. Rogue almost flew straight into Mamat, who was taking those easy shots against him. But Mamat quickly repositions away from Rogue. But Rogue, as you could see earlier on, he was already ready for a battle, man. Had the war machine in hand and expecting the player to go in here for the push. But a quick reposition coming through will not give a easy kill over to the side of ABC Mystic. Mamat now, CB1 on for the play up top on the roof, trying to spot out the players of ABC Mystic, but he will find none other than the one and only Chelo. But Chelo disappears before the SMRS is pulled out, and Mamat continues his push away. But now, between Existence as well as VVV, has Mamat made a mistake?
And we have Mamart right now who had a good position to get information, but also a good position to be gunned down. Now slowly closing in is ABC Mystic right here. And all the compounds, I would say, are already rented. I think they've signed the lease already. They will be staying in there until the final. And there goes Mamart being taken down, and no other than Mashu getting that hit. And we've seen Mashu with the sniper. He will not let go of that, and they have a better position compared to everyone who has already taken red into this town.
Yeah, great plays by Mashu here, taking advantage of that high ground. Most wanted have to be careful. They spot out VVV, and the smoke bomb popped out by Mashu. Mashu pulls out the Odin, but cannot take advantage just yet. And is the M21 gonna get it? The answer is yes. It is gonna be Ad that's taken out of the equation. That smoke bomb that was pulled out is just gonna be the winning factor for Mashu, as Story now Jesuo into the kill list of Most Wanted. That smoke bomb disabled the runaway plot for VVV, and they had to double back towards the tree. And that's exactly where Most Wanted went in there for those final strikes. Amazing play coming through from Mashu here, Neptune.
Yeah, that was a smart move from Mashu. When we think, I mean, for those who are uninitiated, might think that that's a fluke, but it serves as a barrier for VVV right there. And Mashu is still on roll right now, trying to gun down yet another team of VVV, but will they be able to do it? I think VVV is also in a battle against Armament, so third party by Most Wanted right now is not too far. But here comes Sekre, slowly moving in, hearing those gunshots, and I think surprise hit will not be a surprise anymore, because Story has changed the story right now and will be flipping it against them.
Yeah, great Nova just to slow down the approach of VVV, but Most Wanted know that their time here is numbered, as they have to make sure they stave off the players and the approach of VVV as well. But as I say that, the Mashu will lose his life to Chelo, but knocked down onto the ground. Hasn't been eliminated just yet, and Mashu might still stand a chance in here if the rest of the team members can back him up. But Existence will go ahead to take advantage alongside VVV. Most Wanted takes control of the situation and shuts down VVV from the Existence. And it is no pun intended here at all, because as VVV will try to go in and engage with the players of Most Wanted, Existence caught them halfway through and distracted the players.
Existence right now is in there, the only team who are existing between Most Wanted and a win. Oh, no, not just that. They also have ABC in there on the side. Mystic ABC Mystic right now, but the hacker class will be used. But the rush of ABC right here, Prime will be taken down, and Jiwoo in there will also go in for the comeback, but no hit just yet. It is now ABC right now going against Existence, and their domination of the tactics of ABC Mystic will still bring them close to that win. And there you have it.
Wow.
Another #1 spot for our MYSG representative, ABC Mystic, is
Wow.
#1 on round number 6.
There you go, man. Chalup holding up the two flags, MYSG, both being represented by one team out there. And against the Filipino supremacy, it is Alibaba Clan Mystic that proves that the fight is still in here for the two nations. And they are inspiring so many other players from Malaysia as well as Singapore to show that as long as you go out there with the consistent plays and you do not give up, you will be able to pull something away from yourself for yourself. And yesterday they were the most improved. Today they might still stand a chance to pull in the exact same title as well. Even if they don't, it doesn't matter, man, because the amount of effort that the Alibaba Clan Mystic has put out there onto the battlefield truly makes me proud to be from Malaysia and to be represented by this team, man. They are carrying the flag of two nations, proud, solid out there on the battlefield. Overall, 14 kills and 10 points from the placement will grant them 24 points from this round. Very close behind them is Existence in terms of placement, but Existence do not find those skills that are most needed out there on the battlefield. Overall, they only managed to grab 4 kills in here for themselves. But let us not forget, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Existence Valhalla, the same advice that we gave to CB1 earlier on was that they needed to play the game of survival, Neptune. They do that, and they go in for the engagements at the very end as well. Most Wanted and CB1 with the exact same strategy. And I just wish these teams have done this earlier. You know, Neptune?
Yeah, and there's a point that I was about to say. Hopefully they have done it earlier. I think the way they adjusted, I don't think it's our fault, AJ. I mean, we've already mentioned it earlier, all throughout the 3 days that they went in the semifinals, that they can go for a different approach, not just the aggressiveness, because there are the dynamics of Battle Royale. And when I say dynamics, it's really different approach for different kind of scenarios, and that is what they need to do, especially if the kills is not working for them. They could have done systematic pushes as well as rotation and waiting for the best moment to go for the kill. Also, the distance makes it a good point for them to be able to get as much kill as possible, as well as securing their placement. So if they have done it earlier, they might have been able to get in there and no pressure to be able to get on the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, shout out to Most Wanted Vindico, the team that has been struggling in the competition. They wanted to prove themselves in the final round, and prove themselves they did. Amazing engagements out there on the battlefield. To take the 3rd spot is nothing short of admirable in here. 11 kills overall with the 3rd spot. Down here, the 10th position is NRX69, followed by the 11th spot taken by the 4 Kings. The 4 Kings weren't allowed to rage on this time round, and that might have just given enough for the players of Amethyst Esports to catch up. But what do you know? Amethyst Esports bombs out as well a little bit earlier than the 4 Kings, which only means they do not take over that #1 spot that the 4 Kings hold on to, Neptune.
And I was wondering where the metaverse are in there after 4 Kings has been taken down. And I guess that's answered it. They have been taken out in there, not just being taken out early, but also being taken out with no kills. And not quite sure. Not quite sure what happened. When they have a chance to be able to go against the 4 Kings and take #1, and at this point, 4 Kings, there is a possibility to overtake them. But I guess a metaverse doesn't have that much on an FPP mode and Blackout to be able to survive compared to the previous match that we've seen, wherein they got a lot of kills.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, as Most Wanted, this was their play earlier on, surviving so long out there, getting tons of kills on their side as well. But as they shut down the players and the approaches of VVV as well, Existence Esports would go on to pressure them from afar. But it's not like Ives could not respond. Yanara as well as Zavi both got tagged up good, but it was the high ground advantage that Most Wanted held on even up to those final moments that showed them the great exit strategy from all of this battle. And Ives just could not stop, man, just hacking back and forth even towards the end. And that was a huge play that gave them a lot of control in that final moments of chaos.
Yeah, I mean, the getaway is determined by how fast you can go, and the traps that you will be able to disable with that hacker all will lead a way, would pave a way for you to be able to escape. But for that position that they have, there's really no need to escape. It's just more of how they can rotate towards that hill. But at that moment, we have ABC Mystic taking them down as well as Existence. Thus, round number 6, it will be taken by Alibaba Clan Mystic from MYSG.
The question is, was that approach enough to give the Alibaba Clan Mystic the position over VD as well as Veni? Because they have slowly been climbing up the leaderboard. They first overtook Existence Valhalla, and then they first took over Syntax Era Gurkas, and then Existence Valhalla, and then they continued on with VVV Esports Veni, followed by VD. That was their next challenge, but we still have to wait and see if or not that was the case. ABC Mystic, Alibaba Clan Mystic. Amazing performance on day number 2 as well as 3 to make it through to the grand finals. There's no doubt whatsoever that they are through to the grand finals, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to look into the comeback of Battle Royale, these guys are it. I mean, they went in from 16 after day number 1, went in halfway through on day number 2, and was able, have a possibility, a chance to be able to overtake those consistent teams who have been taking the top 5 spot on the other days that we've seen them play, especially in the names of VD and Veni right now. So let's see. Let's see later on once we have the leaderboard shown to us. But I would say salute to the representative of MYSG. These are a team. This is a team that needs to be emulated, really, how they progress every day and every round.
Absolutely, man. And I cannot help but think that ABC Mystic are going to go on to continue inspiring a lot of the other teams from Malaysia as well as Singapore to work a little bit harder, because if you dream and if you put in the effort, it is going to be possible to get everything that you want. It's the power of manifestation alongside a lot of hard work and effort out there on the battlefield. Once again, a team that just really did not show up on day number 1. Day number 2, one of the best improved. Day number 3, one of the best improved as well. And most definitely pressuring all of the other kings of this grouping. None of them could take this victory away from ABC Mystic, no matter how much they tried. Even towards the end, as Existence as well as Most Wanted tried their best to survive against them, they got hacked up. ABC Mystic had no information out there on the battlefield from the minimap. They just had to work with whatever they had in front of them, and they just flipped it all on their heads and took that victory. And to make things even more complicated, this was not a TPP matchup, because in TPP, once you get hacked up, you still have a little bit of information around you. This was FPP, bro. FPP, and then you're hacked. It's a GGWP. You really need to hope and pray that you see the players in front of you. There's just so much of movements out there required for you to catch sight of those other players. But ABC Mystic, man, they just found a way to get that done.
Yeah, and imagine, AJ, this is just not even a whole day of break. I mean, the end a day of battle, studied, does a homework, reviewed all the gameplays that they've done, improved the following day. What more can they do after this day as they step into the grand finals? Because they have a lot of days to study, to review, and also a chance to see how the second half perform.
Yeah, and I don't know whether or not the Alibaba clan is already paying a salary to the Mystic players after they got into a partnership or whatsoever. But if they're not, and if the ABC is not the sponsor for Mystic, I'm very sure after this they are gonna get a few sponsors, man, because there's just so much of promise from this team. whereas you really do not see the viability of the other teams from the MYSG scene much out there on the battlefield. Consistency through the Mystic squad, and they show promise out there through those engagements, and more importantly, the strategy to win, because it is the team that understands that strategy trumps the gunfights out there on the battlefield that will be able to reap the most. Team ABC Mystic, they are not the most dominant ones out there when it comes to the engagement on the battlefield. They are not the best when it comes to the mechanical capabilities, but they outsmarted everyone to be the most improved in the competition.
Yeah, this brought me. Remember that day one where I put in a quote that I always keep in mind:
Mm.
the more you sweat in peace, the less you bleed in war. And this is them sweating in peace. They are putting the hard work outside of the battlefield. And when they step in the following day or the following round, that is, I mean, they bleed less because they know already the mistakes they've done. They make turns wherein it will not be the same as a previous one. And that is,
Yeah.
guys, for those of you watching right now, it's not just we're just uplifting the MYSG, which we are, because they really are here to be able to join the whole community and pop off and show us that the SMP really has something to go through. But also
Yeah.
for the viewers out there who feel as if there's nowhere to go already because you've put up a lot of effort in the battlefield.
Mm.
Maybe you might need to put in a little bit more of effort outside battlefield,
Yeah.
in game as well as in real life, because
Yeah.
it really changes a lot, AJ.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, man. And I will continue hyping up ABC Mystic because it's not empty hype, right? Because they are proving it
Yeah.
out there on the battlefield as we continue to aid their rise up to the top. What we are doing is just filling in all of those empty spaces, filling in the blanks,
Yep.
filling in the gaps for ABC Mystic. They get it done on the battlefield. We do the talking for them. And I do not shy away from praising ABC Mystic because they have done one of the most impossible things out there. Not only did they manage to climb up the leaderboard from dead last, bro, they were in the 16th place. They were nowhere near threatening on day one. They were dead last, and now they've slowly climbed up. But how high have they climbed up? I don't know, but they sure as heck have qualified through to the grand finals. And I agree with you, Neptune. And I think one of the main reasons why I'm hyping up continuously this clan of ABC Mystic is mainly because they are the flag bearers. They are the ones to motivate the rest of MYSG to the points that you just mentioned. That yes, the fight out there is tough, but you shouldn't give up. You need to just work on a few things. You need to work on a few factors. And what are these factors? What are these things? Ask ABC Mystic. If you are from the MYSG scene and if you want to climb up, ask them, what did they do? What was their strategy? How did they get up there? I am very sure they'll be more than happy to share this with you. I'm pretty sure that some of them are streamers out there on Facebook as well, maybe even YouTube. Hop onto their pages, ask them those questions, ask them that guidance, and give them all of your support, because together we build a solid COD community. And yes, the MYSG scene still has a little bit of hope against the Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, I'll also encourage the Filipinos out there to give them a visit for those streams, as well as to send them a message if there are pages, because it really would help, especially for those who have seen the tactics of ABC Mystic to be different compared to how the Filipinos are. It's a good addition to the knowledge that you already have on the Battle Royale scene. And it's crossing borders, and that's what we're doing right now, AJ. We are crossing borders, and ABC Mystic is a bridge, I would say, between not just to uplift the MYSG, but also to bring in the Filipino fans out there to see how the MYSG doing. But there you have it. A lot of talk already, AJ, but I think the question that you asked will be answered in a bit, as we have the leaderboard ready right now and will be shown, AJ.
Absolutely. And of course, the number one spot still in the hands of the Four Kings. 230 points, dominant in the number one spot. And VVV Esports, Vici, they still snatch back their second placement from Amateurs Esports. No way, Jose, you're not going to take that away from us. Amateurs Esports will have to make do with the third placement, 2 points shy from Vici, but they are not complaining. They still make it through to the grand finals. The 13 Academy picking up the 4th placement for themselves with 164 points. Amazing. And the question has been answered. ABC Mystic. Alibaba Clan Mystic have beaten VD as well as Veni. Existence Valhalla from yesterday. CB1 Main, Armin and Rodzina, Syntax, Era Gurkhas, all the way up to that number 5 spot. 152 points. So much of improvement from this team, and one of the teams that have managed to hit that 3 wins, just like Amethyst West Esports, but Amethyst West just outdid them with 1 extra. So good on Amethyst West Esports. All of these big teams here managing to have something to shout about before going through to the grand finals. And of course, Existence Valhalla alongside Vidi and Veni, they make it through as well, Neptune.
Yeah, and with the tied points of Existence Valhalla as well as CB1 Main, it is due to technicality. And looking at the tiebreaker right now, it depends on the kill points. Looking at the kill points right now, it's just 3 points shy from CB1 Main. Yes, CB1 Main was able to make through with a vehicle gameplay to get those placement, but they just fell short in the kills department. And this is a unique situation, AJ, because we mentioned about the balance and focusing on placement as we asked CB1 Main, but this time they just didn't do that much earlier on the kills point. And I guess that is a lesson learned for everyone. We talk about the golden ratio and how it affects the outcome of the game. And there we have it. This is how it changes things if you don't balance that ratio.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, if 4 Kings, do not improve their placement play a little bit more at the grand finals, I know they are going to regret that. So clearly the 4 Kings are good at gunfight, right?
Yeah.
And clearly the game of survival is what's going to help you survive and climb up the leaderboard as well, as proven by teams like Existence Valhalla as well as CB1 Main. So 4 Kings just need to improve their approach to that final circle a little bit better. Nobody wants to see them take those dominant kills. I mean, I know there's just a lot of rivalry and all going around in the scene, but what's more impressive than getting all of those kills is being able to dominate on all fronts. And I'm talking about kills, I'm talking about placements, and I'm talking about both on isolated as well as blackout. Because if you truly want to be the kings, 4 Kings, you need to beat the kings of kings, and that is Vagabonds Esports, not NRX 420. They're the kings of old. And I cannot wait to see what NRX 420 has in store for us tomorrow, because a lot of wards have been thrown back and forth, and 4 Kings have proven themselves out there on the battlefield. 42 placement points, 188 kills, and now the field is going to be wide open for NRX 420 to hop on out there and show exactly what their skills can bring to the table as well. When they make it through to the grand finals, we will be able to see these 2 supreme teams take their rivalry on that ground and battle it out. Whether it's going to be the placements that wins at the end of the day or the kills, it doesn't matter, because you and I, Neptune, we're just going to be lapping up and enjoying all of this action out there, man.
Yeah, definitely. And more action will be happening as we step in to the second phase of the semifinals. We are going to day 1. That will be tomorrow. And at the same time as every day that we've gone in through on the first 3 days. That will be a next set of teams that AJ already mentioned a few, and a lot more. So for those of you who aren't here, who are looking for the teams, and I've seen that, AJ, in the comment section, a lot of teams are being asked for in the comment section. Yeah, that is the answer. They will be going in on the second half of the semifinals.
Absolutely, man. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the second half of the semifinals will be coming through tomorrow. It is going to be an absolute cracker of a day as we see the rest of the 32 teams that we have been itching to watch in battle. We know the top 8 from semifinals, 1 from Group A. Tomorrow, we are going to start the fight for Group B. And it's got some of those big teams in there and some of these smaller squads who want to make a name for themselves. But you have to watch tomorrow to see all of that action. For now, thank you so much once again, COD community, for being amazing, for supporting our broadcast. This is your rare wish crate. Go ahead and claim it for yourself right after this broadcast ends. If you haven't dropped that like and share just yet, please help us to do so right now so that everybody else can see the dominance of the teams that you support out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just the first half of the semifinals, and a
Yeah.
lot has already been shown to us. What more if we see the full story as the second half continues on tomorrow? And for you not to miss that, make sure that you follow all the pages, all the channels, all the platforms that we are there, so that you'll be able to, I mean, if you're sleeping and sleepy at all, you'll be awoken by the notification, as well as you will see both of us, AJ, and hopefully we have brought them great shows for the past 3 days that we have been here.
Absolutely. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, we love you. Thank you so much. But we're going to wrap the day up and prepare for battle tomorrow. Once again, it's going to be semifinals 2 for Group B to perform. The top 8 will not be there, but instead they will be on the final 3 days of play of grueling grand finals battle. We cannot wait for that, but we cannot wait to see what the rest of the 32 teams have in store for us. So we're going to be signing off right now. Thank you very much. You guys have a great night.